I officially will call today's deliberative session to order. My name is Bob Harp. I'm your town moderator. Couple of housekeeping first, and then we'll start the agenda that perhaps it was out and some of you have seen. Make sure you have your voter's registration card. That's the green card. So you need to check in with the checklist in the back of the room to get your card. This card is going to be super important today. I've been advised we're going to have a number of secret ballots. In order to get a ballot for the secret ballot, you need to show the person handing out the ballots your green card. You don't get a ballot unless you have your green card that says you're a registered voter in the town. The ballots will be secret. They don't have your name on it. They just say yes or no. We're going to then, when we have the secret ballot, we're going to give you the ballot. I don't know how many pencils or pens we have, but if you need one, we'll get it for you. The ballot box will be in the gym. Representative Major, my assistant, will be manning the box. There is a slit in the box. You put your ballot in the slit of the box and come back and sit. And then when the next secret ballot comes up, we'll give you another ballot. And you need to show your green card again. We are not going to hand you out 3, 4, 5 secret ballots at one time. So it's very important that you have your green card. Non-voters should be in the back of the room to my left. Paul, Lucia, if he needs to put up any more chairs for the non-voters, or if you're in the back of the room on the left, that's fine. You need a card if you're voting. We may at some point ask you to raise your card to count. So again, this voter card is very important. Today, we don't have a posting of the colors, but I'd ask could we all rise? And I'm going to ask our former selectman, Steve Ranelette, is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is to my right. Steve?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you can remain standing, it's my pleasure to introduce Lisa Belfiore, a resident of town, an actress, an entertainer, and also a hard-working mother. She's going to lead the national anthem. And thank you for being here. You can come to the front or the microphone. Thank you, Lisa.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Lisa, can you come up here? And I forgot to mention, she's also one of my karate students. Watch out. Lisa, on behalf of the town and myself, I'd like to present you with the certificate of appreciation for coming here today. She came from a karate class to come here to sing for us. So thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, Lisa. Next, I'd like to review the handouts that you have gotten, and there are also some handouts over on my left on the table. You have the agenda, the moderating rules are there. You have the MS 737. You have the voter guide. Let's see what else you might have. Town budget, default budget, and the warrant articles. And the along with a department breakdown. So that's all over there. There's also a flyer for the candidates night for town offices. That will be March 3rd at the Plaistow Library, March 3rd at the library. Next, I'd like those in the front to introduce themselves. We'll start with the Budget Committee to my far left.
My name is Katie Ingalls, and this is my second year doing Budget Committee.
Laurie Millette, and this is my 5th year.
Peter Brudchick.
Peter Roche, 3rd year on the Budget Committee.
Dennis Heffernan, 7th year on the Budget Committee.
Bob Hamilton, 4th year in the Budget Committee.
Sam Cafiso, Year 5, Budget Committee.
Maxanne Dobson, Budget Committee Chair, 1st year.
And as I said, I'm Bob Harvey, your moderator. To my right.
Martha Fowler, Town Clerk.
John Glenn Senior, Selectman.
Greg Callen, Selectman.
Julian Kishka, Selectman.
Francine Hart, Chair, Select Board.
Greg Colby, Finance Director.
Mark Pearson, Town Manager.
Beth Hossack, Admin Assistant.
Norm Major, Assistant Moderator.
Thank you all. And I'm going to read my moderator rules. Those of you that have been in town for a while, they haven't changed, but I like to read them, and there's copies that are available. And then at the end, I'll ask for, if there's no objections, that we adopt these rules. 1, every participant will treat every other participant with due respect and courtesy. 2, no smoking. Turn your cell phones off or put them on vibrate, please. Any voter wishing to address the meeting will approach the mic, which is in front of me to my left. It's not in the center because we're trying to avoid feedback. So you may wonder, how come it's not in the middle? That's why it's not in the middle. Please give your name and address and spell your name if you think the clerk has difficulty in spelling it correctly. She needs to keep record of all those that speak. Second, general comments limited to 1 minute to 2 minutes. If you have a presentation to make and you go beyond that, it's the wish of the crowd. If they want you, those present will allow you to speak a little longer. We will have some slideshow presentations today. I want to thank Dean Zanello for letting us use his computer, and they'll probably be on the screen behind us. Any questions you have to the Board of Selectmen, the Budget Committee, or any other town official should be directed to the moderator. Don't turn to, let's say, Francine and say, Francine, I have a question for you. You address it to me, I'll give the question to Francine. I'm told that they would like you to ask questions, but ask it through the chair here, please. Stay at the microphone for an answer. Some people get up and they ask a question and they go back to their seat. Just stay there because you may want to follow up. Each voter who desires to speak on an article will be given a chance to do so before any voter is given a second opportunity. So you can line up sort of to the left if you want to be in line to speak. Motions and amendments will be stated by me before being voted upon. Makers of the motion and seconds should state their name for the clerk. Even if I know who you are, for the record, it would help if you would state your name. This is going to be very important today, Rule 6. Only one amendment to a motion will be allowed on the floor at any time. No amendment to an amendment will be allowed. These proposals will be dealt with in subsequent amendments after the prior amendment, the First Amendment, has been voted on. Knowing that there are going to be multiple amendments and amendments on amendments, each one will be taken separately. We're not going to end the session for that article until everyone gets a chance to present their amendments. But we're only going to take them one at a time. We will vote on them one at a time. Secondly, these amendments must be in writing and they must have your signature by a registered voter, of only one, but they must be in writing and signed. Martha's put out pens, pencils, and pages of paper. Our clerk requests, don't tear off a little piece of paper and write it. We have full sheets of paper. Some of you I know brought typewritten motions that you can just sign the bottom of the page and pass them in. I need the motion in writing and then you speak on it. So you can stand to the mic and say, I have a motion to amend. You can read it and then give me the motion, because we keep those written motions in the public record. So we need to see it with your signature on the bottom. And again, only one signature from one registered voter. Our motions should all be in the affirmative, no negative motions. Secret ballots must be requested by 5 voters in writing and made before the vote. The 5 voters that request the secret ballot must be present in the room at the time. So I understand we're going to have secret ballots. I will read the names of the 5 voters that signed the list, and hopefully they're going to say they're still here and they haven't left. Challenges to any vote require 7 or more voters immediately after it's announced who may request a written ballot. All secret ballots will be in writing. The Municipal Budget Act, we have a 10% limit. I don't hope today we don't exceed that limit, but Greg is going to keep track of that. That would have to go over $900,000 extra in order to exceed that limit. But by law, he has to keep track of that. And now that we're talking about the limit, if you come up for the motion on the budget, because I understand that's where most of the motions will be made. If a motion's made, let's say, to increase the budget by $10,000 to, and you give a new number, and it passes, then the next motion, you need to add to that. Like if it went from 9 million to 9,010,000, and that passes, then the next time you come up, you're going to say, I want to amend the budget by increasing the 9,010,000 to 9,020,000. So we all have to keep track, and I know Greg is, and some other people on the board and up here in budgets keeping track of that number, because it gets tabulated as it passes or fails. So if it fails, it stays whatever it is, and then you come up and say, I want to increase it. Your motion should say how much you want to increase it or decrease it, and give me the new number. Everybody understand that? Just give me the new number. I'm sure we'll work on it. Reasonable discussion on both sides. If you want to call the question, it takes a 2/3 vote, not a majority, a 2/3 vote to call the question. We're going to move the questions along, but everybody's going to get an opportunity to speak. Any amendment to fiscal amounts must be stated in dollars. Percentages do not count. So don't say I want to raise the budget 1%, 0.5%. We need a number. How much? Any ruling I make can be overruled by a majority vote of those present. I'm only going to use Robert's rules as a guide. We're not really following Robert's rules. At any time, you can amend these rules by majority vote. And as always, if I don't hear any objection from the floor, my usual standard moderator operating rules will judge today's events. So I don't hear any objections, so we'll take that as is. Next, I understand our Chair of the Select Board, Francine Hart, has a motion to allow certain non-voters to speak. Francine?
I'd like to put a motion on the floor to accept the following non-Plaistow residents who may speak at our deliberative session for Saturday, February 1st, 2020. Mark Pearson, Town Manager. Greg Colby, Finance Director and Assistant Town Manager. Doug Mullen, Police Chief. Paul Lucia, Building Maintenance Supervisor. Mike Dorman, Building Inspector. Cap Vinton, Library Director. John Cashel, Town Planner. Sumner Coleman, Town Council. Attorney William Cahill. Chris Knudsen, Fire Chief. Tim Lena, and Kelly Bennett. Did I miss anyone else? No, okay.
Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second the motion. Greg Talon, Selectman.
Thank you, Greg. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstain. The ayes have it. Those non-registered voters will be allowed to speak today. A couple of last housekeeping rules. The school, regional school, Timberlane Regional School deliberative sessions this coming Tuesday, 7 p.m. at the Timberlane Regional High School. Oh, it's Thursday? Thursday the 6th at the Timberlane Regional High School. We will have the presidential primary election here on February 11th. You will enter on the side door, not going up the ramp. You're going to enter on the side door. The school will be closed that day for different reasons. And then you're going to loop around through the school, come in through this room. You're going to see the doors marked with the alphabet then you go into the gymnasium to vote. And then you leave via the ramps. And that will be on the 11th. We start at 7, we go to 8 at night. March 3rd, Candidates Night at the library, and then March 10th will be our election, also here, 7 to 8 p.m. So now the 2020 Plaistow Town Warrant. To the inhabitants of the town of Plaistow, New Hampshire, and the county of Rockingham and said state qualified to vote in town affairs, you are hereby notified to meet for the first session of the annual town meeting at the Pollard School, 120 Main Street in said Plaistow on Saturday, February 1, 2020 at 9 a.m. in the forenoon to explain, discuss, and amend each article and to determine the form for the question on the ballot, except those warrant articles where wording is prescribed by law. The snow date will be determined by the town moderator if necessary. The final vote on all warrant articles will take place by official ballot at the second session. Therefore, you are hereby notified to meet for the second session of the annual town meeting, again at Pollard School, 120 Main Street in said Plaistow, on Tuesday, March 10th, 2019, from 7 a.m. in the forenoon until 8 p.m. in the afternoon, to elect officers and to act on these following articles by official ballot voting. The articles beginning with P to differentiate the town articles from the school district articles and from the town zoning articles that begin with Z. First article, town elections, Article P-20-01, to elect all the necessary town offices for the ensuing year. This is simply a chart. It doesn't require a vote. This is by law. We will have a ballot with all of these officers up for election, so this will appear on the ballot as required by law. Now we move on to Article P-20-02, the operating budget, general fund. Article P-20-02, shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session, for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $9,706,991. Should this article be defeated, the operating budget shall be $9,984,653, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numeral X and XI, to take up the issue of a revised budget only. A majority vote is required. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 2-1-1 and the Budget Committee 7-1-1. Do I have a motion to place this article on the warrant as written? Excuse me. The Budget Committee was 7-1-0, not 7-1-1. I have a motion to place this on the warrant as written.
I'll make a motion to put it on the warrant as written.
Mr. Kiska, and I have a second here from Maxine Dobson. Maxine, I understand you'd like to speak to this warrant article.
This year's budget of $9,706,991 is a $225,206 reduction from last year's voter-approved budget. The BOS and Budget Committee adjusted the town manager's suggested budget by a small reduction of $32,052, without any reduction in town services. You will see with many of the warrant articles discussed today that several projects will be funded without any new taxation. That is because there was a surplus in last year's budget. Our town's population has also not increased, unlike our neighboring towns. In 2000, the census stated Plaistow's population was 7,747. In 2010, it was 7,609, a decrease of 138 residents. It's likely this year's census will have little, if any, growth. In the past 2 years, the town's operating budget has had a significant increase of close to $1 million compared to 2010 to 2016, where it took 7 years to increase the budget from $7.3 to $8.3 million. Enrollment in our schools is also down. The lack of population growth over the last 20 years is directly related to the highest property tax increase in our history that we had this year. To ease everybody's tax burden, we kindly ask that you support the Budget Committee's operating budget of $9,706,991.
Thank you, Maxine. Would someone else like to speak on this warrant article? Approach the phone, the microphone, name and address.
John Sherman, 3 Kimball Ave, Plaistow. I'd like to make a motion. I'm going to need help with the math, Greg. If you could take the amount that's in the warrant article right now and increase it by $15,000. Tell me what that number is.
$9,721,991.
Please repeat.
$9,721,991.
Okay, I have that motion written out. Do you want me to speak to it? Or
I'd like you to submit it, and then we need a second. Do I have a second to John's motion to increase the budget by 15?
I'll second the motion. Carrie Patlis, 260 Main Street.
Thank you.
It gets confusing because with these amendments, you can't direct what budget gets updates. It goes into the budget if approved, if the proper account is determined by the finance director. So it doesn't say on here, on the request, what budget it affects. The motion is to restore $15,000 to the salt and sand budget as part of the highway department. That number was cut during the budget process. I think it was one of the final cuts, but that doesn't make any difference. The reduction of $15,000, I think, to a lot of people is a safety issue. If we're reducing the amount of money that we have available for salt and sand, it puts drivers in the town of Plaistow, whether residents or passing through, at risk. And so I'm making this motion, and it's in coordination with other people I talked to. I'll let them speak for themselves about the appropriateness of proposing this restoration of $15,000.
Thank you, John. So you heard John's intent for raising it $15,000. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Bob,
Yes.
do I speak from here or do I stand up there?
You can speak from there.
Sam Cafiso, Budget Committee. This reduction was initiated by myself. After several years of thinking we were using too much salt because of what I saw left in the roads, I asked the former town manager if we could conduct a survey of neighboring towns to see what their usage was and compare it. So if I could see if it was just myself thinking it was too much or if it actually was more. I'm trying to find the date on this. This was in 2016. The town manager at the time polled our neighboring towns of Atkinson, Newton, Hampstead, and Kingston. Newton did not respond. Atkinson, Kingston, and Plaistow did. Plaistow uses double the amount of salt per lane mile per year than Plaistow does of Atkinson. And Hampstead uses 35% less than Plaistow. Kingston uses 30% less than Plaistow. Atkinson uses twice the amount. I brought this to the attention of the previous town manager and the current town manager, and it was nothing was done to my opinion of reducing salt reduction, because being on the budget committee, I've seen that the number for allowed for amount of salt, the tons per year used, hasn't changed since 2015. So that was my basis of reducing that number. There's been no information brought forward to me anyway that there's any adverse effects of the less use of salt in the neighboring towns. So with that in mind, I decided to reduce the number.
Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Yes, Bob.
Excuse me, Bob Hamilton. Over the last 2 years, a lot of us residents have noticed less salt being used on the roads because of complaints that we've made. Personally, in front of my house, I've seen a significant reduction, which accounts for the reduction that Sam has noted. In fact, 2 years ago, I was picking up big clumps of salt, actually, that landed on my lawn and would kill the lawn. I haven't had to go back and repair those spots in the last 2 years. So there has been a reduction, which was the reason why it was cut back by the Budget Committee. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak? Approach the mic. John, I think you can sit down and come up if you need to.
I'll stay here for questions.
Okay, yeah.
John Sala, 311 Main Street. Okay, so in other words, if you use the budget, okay, so do you know a lot of the roads in town are plowed by the state and salted by the state?
Mhm.
Okay? I live on 311 Main Street. I live up on the hill. Okay? When it snows, I don't work. I'm a carpenter. So I can sit out and watch my road not get touched by the town truck. It has to get done by the state. I've seen so many instances up there that the cars can't make it up the hill, cars can't make it down the hill. Okay, because of the salt. That's for the state. But do you know what roads are being salted by the state?
Yes.
Mr. Treviso?
Yes.
You do?
Yep.
Name them all for me, please.
Sweet Hill Road, East Road, Kingston Road gets done through the block grant, but it's a state road. Main Street from the town hall to the state line south. North Ave from Main Street to the town line. I said, trying to think, Elm Street, Sweet Hill, North Ave,
We already said that.
Main Street. I'm just double counting. I'm trying to make sure I didn't forget any.
How far up Main Street does it cover?
To the town hall or the railroad tracks. There's some confusion on whether they do to the town hall or the railroad tracks, but the state comes down Main Street all the way from your house, crosses 125, comes over the railroad tracks through the town, past the town hall, and takes a left and goes up
Danville Road?
Elm. Excuse me?
Danville Road, they do?
The state, the little,
State
yeah.
does Danville Road?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how do you know it's not that salt that the state's putting down too, that's over, putting too much salt on the road? You can't.
Because I know
which.
because I know which roads the state does.
Yeah, you can't figure out if they're putting more salt on the road than the town is.
Well, sure I can, yeah.
You can figure out how much a truck is
Just
dropping
Mr.
on the
Fowler,
road.
can we not have a debate between you and...
Okay, let me preface this. I'm a certified salt applicator. I have been since the project was incepted in 2010. So I've been to the training and I've owned salt trucks for the last 30 years, so I kind of have some expertise in the field of following a salt truck and gauging how much they're putting down. When my parents can go out on a cul-de-sac and shovel salt from the middle of the cul-de-sac to put on their driveway when it's icy,
That's a cul-de-sac.
I would
That's
say
not a-
that's-
not a
We
state
not have
road.
a debate. Thank you.
my opinion is that's over application.
That's not a state road, though.
We're not talking about state roads, sir.
Anyone else to speak on the motion? Yes, Greg.
Two points I would like to make. The first being that Plaistow is very, very different than the towns that Sam has mentioned. We have a large commercial zone. We have 20,000 cars coming into Plaistow every single day. And because of that, we have to catch the roads quicker and put more salt on them so that the snow is not turned into ice pack. Second point, Mr. Treviso has never managed a highway department. We have a very experienced highway manager for our highway department. His focus is on the safety of Plaistow. And I have been in Plaistow for 40 years, and I have never been concerned about the safety of the roads. And I believe that he is also very, very well trained, and he is also determines the amount of salt to put down that he feels will keep the residents safe. And I would be much, much more willing to trust a person who is in the business of doing this to keep our roads safe than somebody who is doing this as a sideline. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peck?
Jim Peck, 207 Oakwood Road. I just have a couple questions. First of all, what is the total salt budget, the salt and sand budget? We're talking about adding 15,000. What percent?
I'll ask Maxine to see if she can find that.
While you're looking for that, I have another question. Was there a specific vote in the budget committee for this salt and sand? And if so, who voted for it, and why did you vote for it? And who voted for the 50, for reducing the budget? Who voted for reducing the budget? And on the Board of Selectmen, who voted?
So let's have your first question answered. I believe we have an answer on the line item for the salt.
The line item was 70,000 and it was reduced to, what, 55?
Thank you.
I'd
You
like
couldn't
to
hear
just-
that? It was 70,000 reduced to 55,000.
Can I add something about that line? In 2019, the actual of the salt and sand was $54,940. So funding it for $55,000, we're not decreasing.
Same amount.
Yes.
Does anyone wish to tell Mr. Peck, answer his question, how you voted on reducing the salt? It's up to you, you don't have to.
Am I recognized? I voted against the decrease. At first I voted for the budget, and my reasoning behind it was a couple things. One, the safety of the roads. I just look at it as I drive a lot for work. When I see our towns compared to other communities, when I go over the border into Haverhill, those roads are quite difficult to drive on whenever there's a storm. Our roads, I never have an issue. The other thing is I looked at the safety of the school area. We have a lot of kids coming into the schools who are newer drivers, and I just feel that that was a safety issue there, not having those roads well maintained. And the third was, as was stated earlier, I feel we do have a highway supervisor who is well abreast in this situation. He's talked about going to classes, looking at different alternatives, and actually some incentives that have been done over the past number of years to look at the amount of salt that we are using and reduce it.
Stay with the Budget Committee. Anyone else wish to answer his question, how you voted?
I believe the tally was 6-3, so 6 for the reduction, 3 against it.
Do the Selectmen wish to answer his question regarding the reduction of salt in the budget?
I believe that when we discussed the budget, we discussed department budgets, and we did support the Budget Committee's recommendation on this particular department at the time, 500.
Thank you, Mr.
So if you supported the budget for the department, you did support essentially cutting the 15,000 because the budget you supported had been reduced by the 15.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peck. Someone else to speak on the amendment? On the amendment. Yes, ma'am? Turn it down.
That's why we can't have nice things.
My apologies.
The floor's a little slippery, maybe.
Yeah,
No salt.
Eileen Duty, Buckhorn Road. So use of salt is obviously correlated to severity of weather. So my question, in consideration of the Budget Committee put into this, was did you look at 10-year period and correlated to that weather trends going forward or expected to be more extreme variability more probability for severe snowstorms or ice storms, things like that. So as we consider this, I just want to know if there's been thought given to not just what 2019 was, but look back over 10 years and thinking about it from that perspective.
Someone wish to answer? Mr. Hamilton?
For the 4 years that I've been on the Budget Committee, we've discussed salt more than probably any other topic in the Highway Department budget. It's been an ongoing concern of the Budget Committee. It's been complaints to us by residents that too much salt is being used in their neighborhoods, concern about their wells, and we're talking about $15,000 here, and if for some reason there is a need to go over that budget, there's plenty of other areas of the budget that money can be shifted from. Just because that one line item, we run out of money, does not mean that we stop buying salt.
At a budget that's almost 3% lower than last year.
I'm sorry?
I said with a budget that's almost 3% lower than last year.
Not quite, but
Thank you. Someone else to speak on the amendment?
Richard Culver, 11 Center Circle. I'm concerned with the amount of money that you cut from this because of the changing trend of weather that we're having. The other 4 towns that you mentioned that you talked to are further north than Plaistow. There's a big weather condition change just going up North Main Street in Plaistow, towards Hampstead, towards Sandown, towards Danville. Weather is totally different up there than it is in Plaistow. We can have an ice storm in Plaistow and have 3 or 4 inches of snow up there with no ice conditions at all that require salt. Salt is needed in this town. Traveler during a snowstorm. I served on the fire department for 43 years. Try driving around on roads that aren't treated with fire trucks. Now I'm driving a school bus. Try driving around the roads of Plaistow or any other town where the roads are not treated with salt. It's icy. Okay? We need salt to be safe. You're going to have more accidents if you use less salt. Try to cut this budget down. Dan buys his sand and salt incrementally during the winter. He doesn't spend it all at once. If there's an overabundance towards the end of the year, he's not going to water anymore. You're going to have money saved if it's not used. You're not going to spend it, or it is returned to the general fund or into his line items. What is $15,000? What is the big deal? You people are just out to cut budgets for some reason. This town is not getting smaller, it's getting larger, it's getting busier all the time. There may be less people living in this town. You still have the same number of buildings, if not more. So why are you so hot on cutting budgets and people out of budgets? Knock it off.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Moderator? Go ahead.
Jay had his hand up before the last speaker, so I was going to recognize Jay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I voted against taking out the $15,000 because I believed it to be a safety issue. And part of the discussion we had during those budget meetings was, and maybe Mark can concur, but we talked about were there any reports from the EPA or the state that said there were any detrimental issues to the amount of salt we were using, and there have, I believe, been no reports of anything from the EPA in the last couple of years as far as our salt use. So that's part of the reason why I voted to keep the money, or voted against reducing it.
Thank you. Francine?
I'd just like to put this in a little bit of a perspective. I just want to remind everybody that we do have a snow contingency fund with about $35,000 in it. The first priority is for the safety of our residents and the people that come in and out of our town. No question about it. And I am sure that if we use up our salt budget, that is the next place that we're going to go to add extra salt. We're not trying to cause any harm to anybody. We're just looking at things from a practical standpoint. So we do have extra funds in contingency funds to add to our salt budget if we find that we have a tough winter and we need to do that. So just consider that when you're making your decision to make this vote, yes or no.
Greg?
The sand and salt budget In 2016, I'll just give you rough numbers, about $70,000. In 2017, it was $82,000. In 2018, it was $61,000. And in 2019, the proposed budget was $70,000. The point that I'm making is in support of one of the previous speakers, is that things fluctuate. Sometimes we have really bad weather. And if we have really bad weather, it's up to the highway department, department head to plan, because this is the budget. He's planning what he expects to happen in the coming year. He can't read into the future, but he can come up with an estimate that he feels is necessary for the town. He's done a good job in the past, and I believe that we need to be able to support this. In addition, the price of salt is increasing. And by cutting $15,000, it's going to reduce the amount of salt even more now than it has in the past when salt was cheaper. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone in the audience wish to speak? Yes, approach the mic, please.
Hi, Liz Costa, Evergreen Drive, Plaistow. My concern is that some of the secondary and tertiary roads are not being sanded appropriately. And I would encourage you all to get some of those other cul-de-sacs and secondary roads and tertiaries sanded so we will not have a surplus. We've got it, please use it. My daughter totaled the vehicle going out of our street because it wasn't sanded, and I know I spoke to Julian about it, and it had been addressed. So spend the money, safety first. School districts we should be protecting our kids as they're driving and bus drivers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the motion? Mr. Bracci?
Peter Bracci. I've just been told to knock it off sitting on the budget committee. It would seem to me that the budget committee was formed to look at what money is being spent in the town. You look at our population increase, we have not increased population in nearly 10 years. We have just gone through the highest tax increase ever. And when you look at the tax increase, you see that the residents are paying for the tax increase, while the commercial enterprises are getting a tax decrease. I've listened to an expert in sand, which is Sam Confiso, and I've come to the conclusion that this is one of the areas where the money that is coming out of my pocket can be saved. That's why I voted for the decrease of $15,000 of the salt budget.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the motion?
Request to move the motion, please.
I don't see anybody else wanting to speak for it.
I don't know, is Dan Garlington in the room?
Yes.
I just want to have a question. We talk about salt, but the sand and salt, I don't see too much sand. I just want to know how much sand do we use? I can't answer that question.
Dan Garlington, Highway Supervisor. We don't use very much sand because they've done study after study, and the studies in Massachusetts and parts of New Hampshire indicate that the contamination factor from sand is more crucial or more of an issue than it is just salt. And sand and salt doesn't work and it's not as productive. You quite often use more man hours to put it down, because if you got a 50% mix of sand and salt and the salt's not working like it should, we got to go back and put it down again. Keep in mind that salt is only one aspect or one part of dealing with a snowstorm. Putting the time of when we put salt is probably the most important part. If you allow snow to adhere itself to the pavement, you're going to use twice as much salt to achieve the goal of making the roads blacktop. And that is the goal. That is the goal. Whether we can scrape the roads and get them blacktop, or we got to salt them and then scrape them, that changes storm to storm. But the concept of why we use salt is to stop the snow from adhering to the road, which allows us to plow them. And then we put salt down after the fact to keep the road safe until they dry. You can compare Plaistow to as many towns as you want, but we're all different. We have way more traffic. We have commuter traffic that comes out of Massachusetts to, we don't take care of 125, but everybody uses Westfield Road, West Pine Street, Chandler Avenue. Those are all town-maintained roads that everybody uses to get to the access of 125. And we have made numerous different objectives to try to change the way we put salt down. Ultimately, it's one tool in our toolbox to make the road safer, whether it's a school bus or it's a minivan driving down Westfield Road. My goal is the same for both. So, and we do treat all our roads on a general basis. Obviously, we have priorities. We maintain our main roads, and then after those are done, we move to our side roads. But generally speaking, I believe that this person's road should be as safe as this person's road, no matter where you live. It's just a matter of when they get done. So we don't use much sand anymore because we use it, when we do buy it, we use it as a ballast so to put on the trucks so that we can plow.
Thank you, Dan. And I think unless the maker of the motion has one more thing to say.
I promise, just one. One of the things that hasn't been talked about is how much salt and sand storage that we have and how that would affect the price of salt and sand, that we can't store enough for a whole year. That speaks to a warrant article that's coming up later on. The hope would be that we'd be able to store more salt and sand, therefore that would reduce the price. And when I volunteered to go first making motions, I chose this one because I thought this would be easy. It's a health and safety issue. It's $15,000 on a $10 million budget, and we're playing with live animals here. So I'm still in favor of the motion, and I met Mr. Osgood on the way in, and he talked about moving to Plaistow and liking to be in New Hampshire because at town meeting things get discussed, right? And we really have discussed this issue, and it's one place where people can stand up and speak for what they believe in and vote for what they believe in front of everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Peck, is there something new?
I just have a quick question. Before I can vote, I'd like to know the answer. Mr. Selectman,
Talon.
I forget your name. You said the budgets the last 3 years, that's all well and good. What were the actual expenditures for? We heard it was $55,000 last year. So what I would consider was what we actually spent, not the budget.
Those were actuals. Those were
One
actuals.
of them was budget, I got.
No, those are actuals, and the last one, the 2019, was the proposed budget, and I actually did say that. The proposed budget was 2019. And so the actuals were basically showing the fluctuation in terms of bad winters and planning for that.
So last year's actual was $55,000.
And let me finish. In addition to that, when we put forth a budget, we are basically, it's a plan. That's what it is. It's just a plan. And it's what we think we need to be able to do due diligence to keep our roads safe for this particular line item. And whether the actuals come down lower or whether we have to spend more than that, we have to keep the road safe one way or the other.
Right, but when you budget for a number, you should also consider how much you spent, because if you can consistently spend below the budget, at some point, you need to lower the budget.
The point I think you're missing, Jim, is the fact that it fluctuates from year to year. It's not like a line item of electricity or something like that where it's fairly flat from year to year.
I understand that, but the best way to handle that is a contingency fund, which we already have.
I'm going to hold the further discussion on this. I think everybody had an opportunity to say how they feel about the motion. I'm going to hold, I had a motion to close. Oh, secret ballot? Okay, can I have your secret ballot? So I have a written motion signed by 5 people for a secret ballot, requesting a secret ballot probably would ask you, Lori, to just make it on this amendment. It just says secret ballot, okay? I think you're all here. Lori's here, Peter's here, Katie's here, Bob's here, Sam's here. So we have 5 voting residents here requesting a secret ballot. It's non-discussable. We will have a secret ballot. So now the persons of the checklist, Norm, and I know he's got Steve maybe to help. We'll have your green cards and you'll be given a secret ballot. We'll give you a few minutes or a minute to sign yes or no, and then you're going to proceed out those doors, put your ballot in the ballot box, and then retake your seats, please. Article, motion on. Voted, please vote. We're going to tally the votes momentarily. Has everyone had an opportunity to vote? I don't see anybody raising their hand or saying they haven't. So we're going to close this poll and we'll start the count and we'll come back and give you the count. For future voting, please remain in your seat until my assistants give you your ballot. You show them the green card, they'll give you a ballot. When everybody has a ballot, then we'll ask you to orderly get up, go out the back door, place your ballot in the box, and come in through either of these first 2 doors so we can have a circle. We think that would help us be more orderly, and we'll see if that works. So let us now go tally the votes, and I'll be back with a count. Thank you. This mic, the portable mic to speak, can you speak close to the mic? He's having a hard time picking it up. You may not understand it in here because you can't hear, but on the recording and on TV and the cable, you need to speak right up to the mic. So we have 3 times counted the ballots. So we did it 3 times and had different people counting the ballots. Those in favor of the motion, 41. Those opposed to the motion, 42. The motion fails by 1 vote. I know someone would ask for a recount, so we had it counted by different people 3 times. It's still a 1 vote difference. So that motion fails. We're back to the main motion on the budget as written. Are there any more people that wish to speak on the budget? Approach the mic. Name and address, please.
Eric Bell, 4 Tracy Lane. I don't know, I'm not really speaking on the main budget. I had a question regarding our last vote, just one question. What's the number of green ballots?
The green ballots were 80, 2, 3, 4, I think it was 80, what about the clerk? 86?
86.
86. Some people left, didn't vote, some people didn't vote. And we accounted for all the green ballots of the people that left and those that did not vote, and it tallied the total of the green sheets.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anything else on the main motion? Yes, sir.
Hi, William Coy, 9 Partridge Lane. I want to make a motion to amend and increase warrant article P-20-02 in the amount of $24,000 to the 2020 operating budget by increasing the bottom line, and I believe it's $9,730,991.
You said 24,000?
Yes.
I'll take your motion. Thank you. I'll read the motion. Mr. Coy makes a motion to amend and increase the warrant article P-2002 by $24,000. So the 2020 operating budget will read $9,730,991. That's $9,730,991. We have a second on Mr. Coy's motion.
I second the motion. Carrie Patlis, 260 Main Street.
We have a second. Would you like to speak on your motion, Mr.
Sure,
Coy?
I actually had a presentation as well. So the main intent really is we're trying to get across here from recreation. There's some of the projects that are going forward, especially this year. And hopefully through this presentation, I can show you why it's important to have extra additional 24,000. We have several projects up the park right now that we're trying to get accomplished and move forward. One is building a softball field. The second would be to add and improve the drainage that is there. And also create the access to, we're looking to create the walking trails up to Mount Misery, which is up behind the park, up back in that area. What's important, what we're really looking for in this one is to add and improve the drainage. That's really what the $24,000 would be for. Because without that, we're not able to move forward with either one or number 3. Yes. Okay. There should be handouts going around here as well, so hopefully that'll make it a little bit easier. And also in the back of the room, these slides are blown up so you can kind of see the range. As you can see to the left, it's kind of a little more green on the left-hand side. That's where the proposed new softball field would go. You can see what the park looks like now. We already have 2 ball fields there and a softball field off to the right, as well as the large multi-purpose field there as well. And some of the other sites might help a little bit better. But that's what the layout would look like we're proposing. We add that new softball field. We do have a plan in place. That's what we're showing here, and that's why we didn't have this available earlier. Okay, so here's the new softball field. Obviously, part of our strategic plan that is in there to add additional softball field. And that softball field it's also multi-purpose. We can use it for T-ball, rookie ball, things like that. So it's not just a softball. We can use it for many different groups as well. It will be constructed, the softball field, to the softball standards. The final cost for that softball field, we still go through the RFP process for it. And how we plan on financing that softball field would be through the impact fees that we already have. So that would be no impact to taxes, it's impact fees that we already have. So obviously we're going to try to use impact fees first wherever we can. That's always the goal. So that's what the new proposed field is. You can almost see where we're looking for drainage. What would happen with the new proposed field, it would be built up a little bit higher, so that's what we're going to cost. We don't know how much product we're going to have to bring in on it. So as that drains, it would drain down onto kind of the other fields. And it's already a wet field there to begin with, as we all know. We had this, stage 1 done, had the swales cleaned out. But we do need to create more drainage up there to pull water away from the fields. We did a test up there. The water table is only about 8 inches below the surface. And that's during the dry season. That'll be mine in the spring when everybody's playing that. So that does impact the ball players. Where the drainage should go, it's almost like a T you can see coming. That's right exactly where the drainage should go, and that will pull everything out, the water out towards the swales. And as I mentioned, water table is only inches below the grade of the fields, and it doesn't drain well in the spring in heavy rains. We had a very short season last year in the spring. The kids couldn't get out there to practice or to play games. We had to play a lot of away games to start the season, and some games had to be canceled and couldn't get made up. Phase 1 was actually because the swales cleaned out and the water was flowing us along the back side of the fields. It did help improve the situation, but didn't totally resolve it. What is necessary to accomplish everything we need done would be to install roughly 1,300 feet of 12-inch perforator pipe, put into a 2x2 trench with fabric and crushed stone, and if you go up to the back, you can see exactly what would be used. The estimated cost roughly around $24,000. The final cost, we have to go also an RFP. 24 is kind of in the middle. It could go as high as 30, it could go a little bit more. We don't know until we get all the RFPs, but we feel pretty good about that 24 number. And that's what we are proposing for an increase to the operating budget, is that 24,000. And you can see what the arrows are. That would be where the drainage location would be along with that long line that goes up between the two baseball fields on the right and the upper. So that would take care of the upper part. And we would also need to put drainage down along the multi-purpose field as you drive in, and also the other softball field is there as well where the red arrows are. The other thing we also will need to do that we would pay out of the capital reserve is along the driveway there, a berm would have to be put in as well.
Mr. Coy, can I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
Because of the seriousness of what you're doing, I've allotted you 5 minutes and you've already exceeded 5 minutes. Can you sort of move it along? I know nobody's complaining, but I didn't know how long your presentation was.
I'm getting close.
Thank you.
The other thing along this project, when we do the drainage, we would create the access to the walking trail back up to Mount Misery, which is part of our plan. It would also create access for emergency and maintenance vehicles to get back up to the upper field. Right now, that would be an issue if an emergency vehicle had to get up to the upper field if someone was ever hurt. We couldn't get the vehicle back there because that water table was so high it would probably sink. This way here we could get a vehicle out there by fixing the drainage problem. And it would also use this drainage to create that walking trail to start that work on the, to get up the Mount Misery for the trails. Plus, the proposed drainage would go under those access areas. The estimated cost of that, the trail and the access would be about $15,000, and that would be go through an RFP, and that would come out of the capital reserve fund. And you can see from here the arrows down near the bottom. That's where the access road would go. You can see how it's a little bit wider to go there, and then the arrows on the top, that would be the access to get up to the head of the trails to start the Mount Misery trails. So, in summary, built a new field, that cost is still to be determined. That will be funded by impact fees. Still a few things, grading, things like that, we have to get costs on. To add the drainage, so we could do the softball field, would be $24,000, and that's what we're asking for. And create the walking trail to Mount Misery, estimated cost $15,000 from out of the capital reserve. Without the drainage, it makes no sense to do the softball field. So we have to get that drainage done.
Thank you, Mr. Coy. Is there anyone else to speak on the amendment?
I'd like to speak to the recreation budget as the budget committee chair. The budget this year is $179,313. I'd like to put into perspective that they have $38,000 in revolving funds, $79,000 in a capital reserve fund, and $101,000 in impact fees. So a lot of these projects can be funded with money they already have. As far as the budget being lower than last year, there's several line items that the actual, for instance, summer transportation for recreation was last year's actual $5,084.49. We budgeted $6,000, so that's a $1,000 surplus right there. I know there's been some worry about baseball and softballs not being funded. According to this budget, it's the actual for 2019 was $11,082.70. We've budgeted $11,213. So that's over budget from what they spent last year. We also have rec part-time. The actual was $40,730, and we've budgeted this year $45,000. Uniforms, it was $1,036 actual, and we've budgeted $2,000, so there's a lot of money to play with within their budget, in addition to all the extra funds that they have. There's no reason to add another $24,000 to the taxpayers' burden. Thank you.
You're Anyone else to speak on the motion? Motion to increase the budget by $24,000.
I'll yield. Did I turn it off?
Mr. Kiska?
Oh, I thought she would let it go first.
She yielded to you, Mr. Kiska.
Thank you very
while
much.
She adjusts the mic.
I support this project, and I've seen this presentation many times, and the board has supported it. And I know that the drainage is related more or less to where the new softball field is going to be. And my question is possibly to town manager and finance director, since this drainage is important to the new softball field, how much of that drainage corrections can be from the impact fees, because it is part of a new project?
Mr. Manager.
Moderator. Selectman Kiska brings up an interesting question. What he is saying is what part of the impact fees could be used for the softball field drainage? We know that a softball field is an expansion of the capacity, an expansion of use, so that softball field construction can be paid entirely from the impact fees. But his question is specific on, can the impact fees be also used for part of the drainage that's associated with the softball field? And the answer is yes. But then when you start running the drainage pipe out further and further, then it becomes a little complicated and maybe a legal question. How far can you go from the source of your expansion to use those impact fees further out? I would say that if in that T on the map there, the drainage related from the softball field, perhaps you could make an argument that that is related to the softball field. If you can go back to that screen, the other one, that one there. So perhaps you could make an argument that that's an expansion of capacity and the drainage is related to the softball field, so therefore the impact fees could be used for that portion. The next slide, please. That is not related to the softball field, so therein lies the problem. So it is a good question, and I think the answer is you can use part of the impact fees, but not all of them for the total project.
Thank you.
Kate Sherman DeRoche, 20 Sunrise Terrace. I also happen to be the president of Plaistow baseball and softball this year. Looking at these slides and looking where this drainage is, particularly that slide that shows the softball field that's in that back corner, that's back one. That old softball field, that field has not been used, I'm going to guesstimate, about 4 years because it is so wet that seven years because that field is so wet that our players and the people who play and are here to support our town cannot play on that field. Back to the other slide that's there, that back diamond, which is the existing baseball field, that's our 70s baseball field, that's used for our older players, players that have been in our district, have been playing for us since they were 6. Last year that team played 2 home games because that field was so wet. These kids that have been with us all these years are not able to play on their fields. I've been on the end of having numerous conversations with parents, with coaches, with players that don't understand why they can't practice on their fields, why they can't play on their fields. They are too wet. It is a safety issue. They're beautiful at the end of June, but by then we're done. We had teams practicing in parking lots. We've had teams practicing indoors. We've had teams practicing just in the wet fields because there was just no place for them to practice. So I really hope people understand that it does impact people. These fields not being dry impacts your community members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Patlas, 260 Main Street. I am the Plaistow softball coordinator. I'm also vice chair of the Plaistow Recreation Commission. Kind of echoing a little bit of what Kate said, and thank you, Mark, for kind of pointing out the fact that the Recreation Commission is and has worked diligently to exhaust options for financing this project. This is a long time coming. My daughter is 15 years old. She's been playing softball in this town since she was 6. She's played one season on a home field in Plaistow. I have girls in my program that have never played at this facility as they're going into the middle school now. We have a beautiful facility. We've done some work to improve it along the time we've had that support, and we're right at the end of where we can actually move forward with plans. And this is gonna help us accomplish that. Without this funding, we're gonna sit on money that has been pointed out that we do need to spend, and we intend to. Impact fees are the first place that we're going to. We have funds, but as we've all pointed out, you can use certain funds for certain things. And so we're at the tail end of that, and I ask that everyone take into consideration that it is an increase to a budget, but it's a means to an end for us. We need to get this project done. It's facilities that should have been taking care of this entire time, that how are we going to not put this last bit of money into it and let it sit there again, and then tie our hands to not use impact fees to give our girls a place that the boys get to play too. We're using facilities at the high school currently, which they've been fantastic, the school district working with us, but we're one town of 4 and school teams get priority there also. So we have an entire program that can't use these facilities. It's time that we truly address it, and I really want this last piece to get us through to make it happen for our girls and for everyone else that's gonna use the trails at Mount Misery, that it improves safety at the complex. It's a necessary piece, and I hope everyone supports it, please.
Thank you. Sam?
I can't read the grade lines on that map. Someone can point it out that might know, but what will the new grade be compared to the old field that is 8 inches above sea level, or above the water table?
Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The softball field would be at a grade of 138, and the other fields are down around 135, 136.
It's proposed of a 3-foot raise.
Yes, there's a 3-foot raise in the existing height.
The elevations are on the back wall that you can read. My point is the softball field will be a foot higher than the current grade out there now, and that grade will be higher than the other fields. The fields have a natural percentage of grade for the water to shed to drain, and the new field water would not shed to the other fields. It would shed to the pipes, be intercepted by the pipes and be carried off, as well as the current fields, they would shed off to the same drainage pipes and carry the water off. So it's a dual purpose. As I talked to the designers of this project, my mantra was, let's not build another wet field. If we build a field and you can't play on it, I know they'll be looking at me, why did you do that? We needed to come up with a solution. So we came up with a solution to build a field that will not be wet, other than if it's raining, it will properly drain. And then we took care of the secondary issue that's been existing there for a long time, is to incorporate that drainage in to improve the drainage in all the fields out there.
Thank you. Your question, Dennis?
Did you have a question, Bob? Just a quick question, just to clarify. So this the drainage issue that we're dealing with, that was pre-existing, nothing to do with the construction that's going on in the back of the new
Correct.
lots.
Still up there. And putting it into the softball field, it's going to make it worse. So the drainage has to really get completed, where you can't even think about putting in the other field. And who knows, West Lynch, that's what happens around here. Then you can't play, everyone's playing away games, kids aren't practicing, so it has a big impact on everything.
And it has existed for a while, has nothing to do with the construction going in the back.
Correct, those sales have always been high.
Thank you. That's your question, Mr. Hamilton?
I'd just like everybody to know that the Budget Committee has been very cooperative and supportive of the Rec Committee. A year ago, October, Christina Cruz gave us a nice presentation of all the work that needed to be done over there to dry up the fields. It was, the Budget Committee approved $30,100 to clean the swales, which was done last year, for a cost of just under $7,000. The rest of the money was supposed to be used for rain gutters for the pavilion and the concession stand, and piping to route that rainwater to the swales. The rest of the money was supposed to be used for berms to prevent water from the parking area, which is substantial, from flowing onto the fields, but rather diverting it again to the swales. None of that work was done. This year, that was the 2019 budget. In the 2020 budget, which is before us, there is money in that budget to take care of the things, to pay for the things that wasn't done last year. So I guess my comment is that, first of all, the Budget Committee is supportive of your projects. We understand the problem out there. We've been trying to help with the remedy. However, this is really not the place, deliberative session, to really bring these things forward, I don't believe. I just wanted to throw that out. Thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Just to answer Budget Committee Member Heffernan's question about the pre-existing. So there was a pre-existing problem with the drainage swales out there that they hadn't been maintained for a number of years. Last year, we appropriated money to clean out those drainage swales, and we contracted with a contractor to do quite a stretch of the cleaning out of the swales, and that water's been running nonstop since then. And to your point, the question about the construction that's out there, a new construction project is not allowed to take any of their water and push it onto other people's property. So they have maintained their water on their property with proper drainage and proper permitting and proper planning board approval. But the contractor that was out there assisted us with the swale, because in fact that swale isn't even on town property. That swale was an easement that was on that other property that had the construction. So to your specific question, no, the construction didn't make anything worse. In fact, it did the opposite. It made it better because we work collaboratively with them, and we have a nice drainage swale out there, and we spent the money. Mr. Budget Committee Member Hamilton had another point about the money that was appropriated and the work wasn't done. The answer is although the money was appropriated for the gutters and for the parking lot berm, it makes no sense to spend that money until we have this part of the plan, because we would just be pushing water around the site and flooding other areas. Yes, I recognize we didn't do it, but that's what we will do with this project, is use that money that was allocated before and this money to do all of the improvements that have been suggested over 2 years. And the third point is about the plan. Why are we hearing it now? The point is we've been meeting consistently with the engineers to put together this plan that has been vetted by experts in drainage. And they have put together this plan. Had we had this plan prior to budget season, then I would have incorporated it into the budget. But some things don't always meet the budget cycle, and that's why we're here.
Mr. Kisker?
Yes, and you know, Bill, I support this project all along. My question is, you brought up the number 24,000, which is the amount to do the work, which I support. But the question is, what percentage of that 24,000 could actually be paid from the impact fee? So the more is the question is the amount, because we're adding to the tax burden, which is going to show up on next time's tax bill. It doesn't show up on this one. It's going to show up later. And we do have that responsibility, as you well. You're a taxpayer, just as we are. And we want to have the money in there. Just what portion of this 24,000 would be from the impact fee?
Mark?
I can't answer that specifically, but I will tell you this. We don't know what the field's going to cost. Say, for example, the softball field uses all of the impact fees just for the construction of the softball field. Then the answer is pretty simple. None of the impact fees would be used for drainage. That's why the project has to go out to RFP. That's why we have to get those costs. If there's money left over in either the impact fees or with this article, this amendment to the budget, we wouldn't spend the money. I will tell you that the Rec Commission lowered the amendment because the cost we have for 1,300 lineal feet of the pipe, drainage, and stone was between $20 and $25 a lineal foot. If you do that math, they should be asking for $26,000 to $32,000. They have cut that down to $24,000, and that's a good thing, because they're trying to make us do more with less money. We don't have the actual costs. So we can't predict what the field is gonna cost or what percentage of money would be left over that we could use to drainage.
Right, so, just a response to that, to clarify all this you just said, if the 24,000 is needed, it would be spent. However, if some of this can be done from the impact fee, that money would not be spent, and then it would get returned to the taxpayer in the end. Just to keep it, trying to keep it simple.
The impact fees would not be returned to the taxpayers, but the impact fees would be used, and then if there's a remaining balance from this amendment, then that would not be spent.
That's what I said. All right, thank you.
Right, we exhaust every dollar in the impact fee first. That's the first thing. And the only other thing I wanted to mention, I believe right now our budget is roughly about 40, well,
Yeah, those kind of mics don't pick up the sound.
okay, hopefully that's better. Is that better? Because I believe our budget already for this year is about 40,000 less than it was a year ago. Roughly right around there. So yes, we use revolving fund to help make up some of that. That's not a problem, but obviously you can't use revolving fund for anything like this.
Had a new speaker wanted to speak on the amendment,
Bob Kincaid, 76 Old County Road. I support the amendment. I hope folks consider voting for it. It seems like the cost relative to the value we would get to the citizens of the town seems like it's a worthwhile investment. I also just wanted to note on the third part of the summary, which is $15,000 for access to walking trails. Just an observation, we have between 10 and 15 Boy Scouts in 9th grade looking for projects to do. If this were to be approved, I can pretty much say without hesitation we would have a number of volunteers ready, willing, and eager to help with that portion of the project. If it were to get to that point, we would be able to help with things like bridges and trail maintenance and trail creation, all the kinds of things we've done elsewhere in town. So an ancillary benefit that doesn't cost anything, if this were to get approved, I think that we could really help make a nice impact with those trails back to Mount Desiree.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jim Back Oak Ridge Road. Just to clarify on other funding sources, it's always a good idea to spend other funding sources before we go to new taxation. I think we had a clarification on impact fees, so I'm good with that. But this smells like a capital reserve project. This is a capital improvement. So I'm wondering why, first of all, can we take the money from the capital reserve? And if so, why don't we? That sounds like a smart thing to do. And I have another question.
You want to answer that, Mark?
I actually would defer to the chairman of the Recreation Commission.
As you can see, we are using some of the money from the capital reserve. The problem is we also have a grant out there for $103,000 for the trails, which means we have to match 50% of that. So if we did everything through the capital reserve, we get below that. Christina,
actually, you can't add any projects to the capital reserve. The capital reserve plan has to stay as is. Otherwise, you have to go to one of the trustees of the trust fund, and they are actually who actually makes a decision whether or not you can add a project to the capital reserve.
Thank you. You got a second question, Mr.
Yeah, my second question was, the presentation, I mean, we're talking about the Rockingham building, so yeah, we're talking about the drainage. It's nice to know about the other stuff that comes from the capital reserve. My question is there an intention to put a new warrant on the later in the program? Why would you present the other two? Is it just to give some flavor for this? Or?
It's more just so you can understand the whole project would be done.
Yes.
There isn't another warrant.
There's no intention to add later?
No.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Another speaker?
I won't touch it today. I don't need to be bucked on the road process. So I am supportive of this as someone who uses the existing trails, and I believe strongly in supporting recreation. Obviously, everyone's making a calculation in their head of benefit and cost. And so my question, Mr. Moderator, if I may ask Mr. Pearson, is for the average home in Plaistow, what is the per safe access in case of accidents on the upper part of those trails. Because I think it's important as we consider this, that we evaluate if it's, if it's going to double people's taxes, which obviously it won't, then that's a different calculus than, I don't know, $5.
We'll ask Mark or Greg if you know the answer.
Yes. So the proposed 24,000 would mean for the average homeowner with a home value of $300,000, it would be a total increase on your taxes of $4.50.
I'll second that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Gary Holt, 207 Oak Ridge Road. I'm not neither for or against it. I'm just a little confused because nobody really explained if they evaluated looking at the old fields that are being told that aren't being used effectively due to the drainage issues. If those could be looked at and elevated the grade more cost effectively than building a whole new field with increased drainage. Bob Hamilton mentioned some improvements that were recommended, but I wasn't sure if the fields themselves needed to be, the grade rated higher, if that would be more cost effective to use those and build a whole new field.
Maybe we could ask the maker of the motion if he could answer that, or Mark.
So, thank you for the question. Last year when we put in those, cleaned out the current drainage swales, that lower field, and I don't know if you can pull it up on there, the lower field was not being used for, I forget how many years the previous speaker said, several years. As soon as that drainage swale was cleaned out and water was flowing, that field dried up. But my understanding is, and I'll defer to anybody on the Recreation Commission, that field is not as big as the one that's being proposed to be built. It's a smaller softball field. So I think there's somebody behind you that can kind of take over from here about that. But to your second point about redoing the fields at a higher elevation to eliminate the water, I would tell you that the 24,000 is a whole lot less than bringing the grade of all those fields up to take care of the drainage problem. I think that there's a number.
Was that assessed by a company or whoever?
Well, it was assessed in the room we were at that you get your biggest bang for the buck by putting drainage pipes in than to bring the field up, say, a foot. I think it's going to cost a substantial amount of money to bring the grade up a foot to create that softball field. But nonetheless, I think it needs to be done because of the water table.
Okay, thank you.
Do you wish to respond to that? Or do you have
Yeah,
to-
just for point of clarification, I don't know what it is, but, so the existing softball field was not able to be used for a very long time because of the water issue. Once we dug out those swales, it did alleviate some of that issue and did put us in a position to be able to use it again for certain things. But our programs are growing much more than they were when Park was designed. And so an additional softball field allows all of our softball teams to have access to fields to play on without having to ask favors to other communities. And it gives our smaller kids some opportunity to play on an actual field. Our t-ball, our scatterball kids, we've got them in like grass fields right now because we don't have the facilities to substantiate the program size that we have existing. So it's an additional field that accomplishes many goals for us.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the amendment? Moderator.
Hi, I'm Mary Peloquin, 18 Shady Lane. I'm here as a parent whose son has not been able to play on these fields in 5 years. He had 2 home games last year. Like Kate said, we have almost 100 kids in this program, and it is extremely frustrating as a parent, and I think I speak hopefully for all of the baseball and softball parents that can be here today, because they're at clinics for these kids to prepare them to play, hopefully not on fields in other towns for home games. I 100% support this. The drainage at these fields is paramount, and it's been discussed for the last 5 years that my son's been in the program, and it's time to do something about it. Honestly, it has been incredibly frustrating to have these conversations with people in Plaistow Baseball and Plaistow Rec, and still nothing gets done. So I am here to support this 100%, and I'm asking all of you to do the same.
Thank you. John? And then Dennis, did you want to speak?
Can I go first?
No, go, John.
John Sherman, 3 Kimball Ave. I'm here to fill in what I think might be some of the gaps in the discussion. It was mentioned how much money exists in the capital reserve fund plus impact fees. That's a deceiving number because some of that money has already been committed to projects. And one of the things about this is there are other things going on in the future. I think everybody knows, as part of the recreation plan, is to develop some trails out along Mount Misery Trail System. We've got a grant from one of the organizations in the state to help us with those costs, but we have to maintain a bunch of money in order to get that grant. It's confusing as to how they do it, but trust me, there's money that we need to keep set aside. Some of the other things came up about the operating budget and items that were underspent last year. I think that doesn't take into account the number of activities that were canceled or couldn't be executed because we didn't have a recreation director. And so members of the Recreation Commission have taken over a lot of those functions and have been doing it on a volunteer basis. I bumped into Bill Coy the other day, and he was on the phone booking the East Street Bombers for next summer. That's good news. But those are the kinds of things that a recreation director would be doing. And because we don't have really a recreation director at this point, some of those things aren't going to get done. And there were other items that we mentioned, line items in the budget that went up or were underspent. I think that's part of the reason, but if you had other examples, I think we can give specific answers, or the Recreation Commission can. But I think that's why you're going to find some of the things weren't spent that were budgeted. That's right. Didn't have anybody to execute the program.
Thank you, John. Dennis?
Question, if I can, to Bill. With this project, would you be able to bring any additional revenue in field rental fees or tournaments or anything you could host up there?
Where you would possibly have a chance. Obviously, you could do tournaments. We should have an all-side game at one point, but we had it taken away a year ago. We can't do that anymore because the fields were too wet. So they couldn't count on us to have dry fields. Obviously, one thing I did think of with that new softball field, if the men's league wanted to go in there, they could certainly use it. We do have portable mounds out there, and I know a lot of AA baseball teams tend to play on softball fields because they need 70 feet, they don't want the grass on the infield, so that would be a possibility.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Sue Sherman, 3 Kimball Ave. Obviously, everyone knows I'm passionately interested in recreation, but I'd like you to think about the investment we already have in this property. This is a wonderful park. Needs change. That little softball field we built when we built park, we thought would be suitable, and it just isn't anymore because our softball program has grown. Yay. Needs change. I want those trails to happen. We need it dry so people can get out to those fields. We need the trails. We need baseball fields that are dry and usable in the spring, not August. So we have an investment. We have a beautiful pavilion that can be used for senior activities. We have a concession stand. We have storage. We have our park summer program out there. This is an investment in this property, $24,000 to get the drainage straightened out so we can move on with a softball field, with a walking trail. So I hope you support it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Robert Zukas, 108 Sweet Hill Road. I don't see on here, is this being fenced off, by the way, too? Are we gonna be at some point paying for fencing to secure this field?
Do what?
Fencing?
Yeah, there'll be fencing as part of the impact fees.
Okay. Well, because the reason I'm asking, I see, and right now we have 2 baseball fields on there, right, existing. Neither one of them are usable?
They won last year. Last year, they only got 2 home games, 1 team on the upper field.
And neither one of them are, okay, and neither one of them are adequate for softball?
No,
At this-
softball, there's no mound in softball.
Okay.
Those 2 fields have a mound, and there's no grass as well in softball.
Are they getting used at all?
They are getting used when it can dry up, but the problem is it's taking so long for them to dry out in the springtime. Kids aren't practicing there, they're practicing in parking lots,
Okay.
things like that.
The reason I'm asking
It's
is,
a lot more.
I'm overly disgusted with the park field as it was, that whole project. Somebody had asked, can we get some revenue from it? The answer is no, we can't, because we tried to get it for the football field out there. There was fundraising for a beautiful scoreboard, which now stands there, is rusting or rotting, whatever. We can't use it because the field is inadequate for a football field. And when they did want to practice on it, they didn't want to pay the $25 or whatever we were charging them to use it. Instead, they went to another town where it was free. So again, there are places that are free, so nobody's going to pay to use our fields. So if we make them usable for our own people, I understand that would be nice. But to expect to get revenue out of this field, it's not going to happen. We've already paid for stuff on this town, on this field, that is way below par what we paid for and what we got. So to expect down the road more, I would expect down the road, we're going to be needing to come up with more funds, but more diamonds to continue this program. Because one softball field is not going to be enough to handle the team that we have now. So I would rather see a project come back that takes care of all of this, these 2 fields, than to come back and ask for one now, one later, and one again later to update these to where they need to be. Let's fix that park. Let's come in with a comprehensive program to fix that whole park, and then come to the town and tell me, what's it going to cost to make this field usable? Because it seems like every time we look at it, there's something needs to be done to that field. Let's get it, a comprehensive program together, find out what we need to make this park usable, and let's get it done instead of asking for pieces every year to raise the taxes for this property.
Move the motion.
Thank you.
The motion to close and move the motion. Any objection to that?
Well, there was someone already standing.
She's already spoken, so.
I just wanted to add some additional information. Thank you for Mr. Heffernan for bringing up revenue.
Excuse me, I have a motion, and I'm waiting for a second to close and then take a vote. You got a second on that? Is anybody, all those in favor of closing the question? Can you give your name?
Say it again.
4 Village Way.
Name again?
Richard Anthony.
4 Village Way. Richard, and look you up. We can't hear you up.
Richard Anthony.
Richard Anthony. So all those in favor of moving the question, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Okay, I think the ayes have it. So we're going to take a vote. I have a request that's going to be passed in to take a secret ballot on the rec motion. Make a note of the rec. Need to just verify that everybody's still here. Lori, Katie, Maxanne, Bob, and Peter. So everybody's here. So, hey, if you remember my instructions, please stay in your seat, raise your green card, and you'll be given a ballot. When everyone has a ballot, we'll ask you to proceed out the rear door, place your ballot in, come in the other 2 doors, have a seat. When everybody's voted, we'll count and give you the results of the count. Before I announce the results of the vote, I'm going to mention, in case we have another secret ballot, we've been asked to go back to what we did the first time. So you're going to line up on the outside of the auditorium. Go by the checklist, ladies. You will get your ballot. We've moved the ballot box farther down, so you're going to be stacked up like going to Dunkin' Donuts. But when you go out the door, you're going to come all the way down to this door, deposit your ballot, and then come in and take your seat. So you'll be standing longer, but hopefully you'll be orderly and we'll get you in a circle and get you in and out. So the results, those yes, 53, no 31, the ayes have it. The motion to amend passes. So now we're back to the warrant as amended with the $24,000. Is there anyone to speak on the warrant as amended? Mr. Sherman. You can take the mic and sit down with it if you need to.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
You're welcome.
He wasn't being a wise guy. He was reacting to the fact that I had heart surgery this past year, and I'm still a little shaky on my feet. So I thank him for that.
You're welcome, John.
I want to make a motion, and Greg or who's ever keeping track of the running total, to add $30,000.
$9,760,000, 9,760,991.
So Mr. Sherman's making a motion for a further increase in the budget of $30,000. So the new operating budget bottom line would be $9,760,991. $9,760,991. You have that in writing. Thank you. Do I have a second? Yeah.
I'll second the motion, Mr. Moderator.
We have a
Greg Gallows.
second.
I think this is simpler than the motions we've had before, so I won't go into a lot of detail. This is to add $30,000 back into the budget that was removed by the Budget Committee. It's strictly money that the town spends to pave our roads. We get a lot of money from the state, a highway block grant. That's, what did he tell me, $157,000 or something like that. In addition to that money that we get from the state, we supplement it with local funds. So this is the budget as presented was without those local funds. I'm asking that we put those funds back in.
The intent is for road paving, so we
Road
can keep track of the
paving,
intent.
right.
Road paving, thank you.
We have a plan. We've been using it for years. It's called the Road Surface Management System. It helps us keep track of what roads we're going to pave in what sequence, what the cost will be. We have a plan. We've been using it. And I think that's what the message we want to get across to the voters is we have a plan. So many times people ask, what's the plan? Well, there is one. And so removing that money from the operating budget will just distort that plan and push out the solution of paving the roads that need to be paved.
Thank you, John. Anyone else to speak?
To your point, Mr. Sherman, about the plan, I believe, and I'm not sure the date of it, that the Board of Selectmen agreed or voted to put that plan, the road surface management system, on hold while the water pipes are being installed in town. So with that in mind, I thought that we would hold off on the taxpayer money and just let what the state is giving us for the time being for the paving.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? Greg?
So, based on the last comment, there are only certain portions within the town where the main water infrastructure goes, and in those areas we will decide not to do any paving. But at this meager amount, $30,000, to be able to take care of the roads within our neighborhoods, and just to kind of give you an idea, I recently had a driveway completed. It was $8,000 for a driveway. So $30,000 does not go a long ways. And the program that is put in place looks at all the roads within the town and determines which neighborhood or which roads will last the longest if we take care of them before they start cracking and producing potholes. So this is a very, very small amount. It is something that we need to keep on investing. We have very good roads in Plaistow. We need to continue those roads. If we don't, we will now start seeing broken areas, potholes, and we basically presenting dangerous situations for people who have to drive on them.
And I forgot to mention this before, but on the last vote, all the votes were tabulated, including those that abstained, so we accounted for every vote. I thought I'd make that as I did on the first motion, that you'd know. Anyone else that wants to speak on John's motion? Yes, Maxine?
I just have a question either for the town manager or the highway supervisor if he's here. How many roads were paved last year with taxpayer money and not using the block grant?
Mark?
I can speak generally. If Dan's gonna qualify it, he can qualify it. I cannot tell you which dollars we use for which roads because there was a pot of money. The pot of money was the combination of the highway block grant and the tax dollars. So I don't think that we said all of these roads we're working on is highway block grant and then all of these are town funds because it's commingled together for a larger project. But I will defer to the highway supervisor if he has a clarification from my answer.
Pretty much like Mark said, we've always injected the highway block grant money and a certain amount of money that's budgeted to fund paving our roads. And generally what we do is we take that number, we eliminate some of the minor maintenance numbers, meaning trimming and sweeping and all that. We get a certain amount of money, say it's $200,000, we divide it by the cost per ton, and that gives us how many tons we have to use, and that helps the last process of deciding which roads to get paved. As Mr. Cafiso had said, there's obviously consideration, not just with the water line, there's consideration with a lot of different things going on and what roads we pave, because we don't want to be ripping them up the next year or 2 years. And a lot of towns hold a monetary or time frame before the roads can actually be disturbed once they're paved. And that's just common logic, you know. So we do take a lot of things in consideration when we finally make a final list on what we get to pave. Last year we paved Partridge Lane, Windsor Court, Little Nook, parts of Sequoia, and part of Crane Crossing Road. And Crane Crossing Road, and we talked about snow plowing and all that, Crane Crossing Road was done specifically to help us when it comes down to plowing roads, because a smoother road is a lot easier to take care of and a lot easier to scrape up the snow and potentially could use less salt. So paving roads is not just the drivability, there's a lot of maintenance to it. You know, sweeping roads, line striping, a lot of that has to do with how smooth the road is.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, please correct me if I'm wrong, the money that comes from the state can be used for any of our roads. It doesn't dictate, it doesn't have to be on a state road. It can be any town road, I believe, and please someone say so if that's not correct.
It can't be a state road.
So it can only be town roads?
No.
So the state money can
Mark,
go on.
would you like to answer that?
Well,
No, go ahead, Oliver.
I want to be perfectly clear. No town money is used to pave state roads.
Yep,
I think his question was if it's state money, can you use it for town?
Correct. That's
all of the state money that we get in the highway block grant is used for town roads.
Any town road.
Any town road?
Thank you.
Town road. Thank you. Anyone new to speak on the motion to amend? Mr. Peck is approaching.
James Beck, 206 Oakwood Road. I just want to clarify and ask a question. What is we always get the block grant, if I understand it, we get it, we know what it is, so we should know what the block grant is for 2020. Do we have that number, Greg?
The information comes out based on the state's fiscal year, so where they are on a June 30 year end versus a calendar year. We know what we're going to get for payments the first 2 months, but we do not know the last 2 months at this point.
Because I was going to clarify, we're adding 30,000 back in, but usually we match, and it goes into the operating budget because we do gross budgeting, but we also budget for the income from the state.
And it's usually, my understanding, being an auditor before, that both numbers are equal. In other words, we get $250,000 from the state for the block grant, and we spend it to pave our roads, as Mark said, class 4 roads, whatever. So I'm trying to understand the disparity between those two numbers. We're adding back to the budget, but if we add 30,000 back, we're going to get a block grant to cover it. So even though it's adding to the budget, it technically doesn't impact taxes. It does in the sense it goes in the budget. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Lori wanted to say something, and then I'll go to Mark.
I believe the highway block grant is $161,000 in 2020. $161,000?
And what's the budget for paving?
That's what I just looked for.
I have it right here. It is $161,000. We just wanted to use the highway block grant and not
Right.
tax additionally.
Right, so the 161,
Is
which
what-
we'll get, we're gonna spend for paving.
Correct.
So this 30 does add to taxes because it additional paving beyond the block grant, which I don't believe we've ever done. In my experience, we have.
Yes.
If you go back to last year, I don't remember seeing a paving line being over budget, which is always equal to the block grant.
Does Greg or Maxine want to answer that?
Last year's budget was $200,000 and the block grant was $157,000, so there was approximately $43,000 of taxpayer money last year that was used for road paving.
Where did that money come from? It wasn't budgeted.
It's budgeted. Last year's budget was $200,000.
I'm sorry, I understand now. So you have been budgeting more than the block grant?
That is correct.
Okay, so this year, this would add back and be the same type of thing? Okay.
Correct.
I get it. Thank you.
An answer to your question?
I was just going to say, last year it was budgeted for $200,000 and the actual was $191,762. So.
New speaker.
Hi, my name is Lisa Lambert. I'm at 5 Tracy Lane. And I just have a comment regarding Mr. Talon's comment that $30,000 is a meager amount, that it's basically chump change in the whole grand scheme of our budget. But Mr. Talon, $1 is not meager. We are all here because we care about our taxes. We are looking at everything that is going into it. So $30,000 granted out of $9.8 million is small, but it's not. So I commend the Budget Committee for doing their due diligence and looking at every single line, every single dollar, and to belittle that $30,000 for paving is, quite frankly, an insult. And thank you for the Budget Committee for going through everything and looking at it and doing the hard task of reducing the final amount so that we as taxpayers don't feel that burden.
Before I let Mr. Talion talk, I'm going to ask you again, please refrain from making comments about other speakers, the boards. We have a tradition here, and I'd like to say we have the same tradition at the House of Representatives. The Speaker of the House will not allow disparaging direct comments to anybody in the House or to anybody from the House floor. So I'd ask you to keep that in mind. If you don't agree with someone, just say you don't agree with them, but please let's not bark at them or point them out, and it will inhibit free discussion and free flow of ideas. Mr. Talion.
I'm sorry that you took my comments that way. My thought process was that we can invest a smaller amount of money to keep our roads up to grade, or we can not do that and the roads get deteriorated and we now have to ask the taxpayers for more money to be able to do that. So yes, in the big scheme of things, spending a small amount of money each year to keep our roads in good condition is a good, sound investment versus cutting things and then later on realizing that we have more roads to repair than we can afford.
Anyone new to speak on the amendment to add $30,000 to the current bottom line of the operating budget? Anyone new? Come up to the microphone, please.
Jim Unger, 141 Main Street. I just have a question. If we reduce the budget and then something happens on a roadway, either potholes develop, something catastrophic, do we have no way of fixing that?
I'll let our town manager answer that.
We do have line items for maintaining streets, so we would fix anything that breaks up, unless it was a large road collapse and it exceeded the budget, and then we would go to the Board of Selectmen to advise them, and then we might ask for contingency money. Over the last couple of years, we did have some road collapses on Wentworth Ave, and we had a road collapse on Smith Corner with a culvert, and we did have to go to the board to ask them because those funds exceeded what was in the budget. But we can take care of normal maintenance, normal stuff, but if there's a bigger event, we'll be looking to the Board of Selectmen to help us finance that within the budget.
Right. But where does that money come from?
Well, there's a contingency article for the last couple of years, and that's the place where we went last year for Smith Corner Road to do that. There is also a drainage line in there that if we have some drainage issues with some washouts with some roads or some culverts, then we go there. So we do have a little flexibility in there. This paving amendment is specific to paving or seal coating or crack sealing or preventing roads from getting worse. So that's different than the question you asked about if we had potholes. Potholes is in the budget.
Okay. So if everything we need to be fixed can be fixed, trying to maintain taxes as low as possible, why aren't we using some of that, why aren't we budgeting as low as possible and then using some of that contingency money, which we seem to have plenty of, looking at the unassigned fund balance, to keep our taxes lower?
Through the moderator.
Sorry.
So the answer is, sir, that the current budget has been developed over a number of years, and there's always been a line item for the highway block grant supplemented by a certain amount of money from taxpayers to maintain the roads. This year, the proposal is not to supplement the block grant, bring the amount down to the amount of the block grant. Don't put any taxpayers' dollars into the maintenance and keeping up the maintenance of the roads. And specific, what you're asking is why aren't we using the contingency fund to do that? The answer is because the contingency fund was set up through the Board of Selectmen per RSA, and the intent was unanticipated. We can anticipate the roads are going to break up and have potholes and there will be some issues. That's different. The contingency is for unanticipated events. So let me just, one comment. If the heating system in the town hall building broke today and it cost $50,000, that's unanticipated.
Right.
I would go to the board and say, we have a problem, we need $50,000, it's not in the budget. Can we use the $50,000 from the contingency? I just bring that example up to you. So you don't use the contingency just for regular budgetary expectations.
All right, thanks.
And just to let you know, 20-05 is the article for this year's contingency fund movement of $80,000. Mr. Hamilton?
4 years on the budget committee, and this is like being in a budget committee meeting right now. We discuss these things every meeting we have. They're televised, and you can listen to them. And then we have to make a decision. The thing that we have to realize is that there's always funds that we have to balance. Are these funds being used to offset the budget? Recreation fund, the revolving fund. Spent a lot of time discussing that this year. And all the other funds. So this is like a budget meeting right now. The thing to keep in mind is that there's always funds available. We don't shave a budget. Just because we reduce it doesn't mean that we cut it down to the bone. Last year's budget, the 2019 budget, has a surplus of at least $500,000, probably closer to $600,000, Now, we won't know that until the town report is made out, because nobody will tell us really what our budget surplus is. We get monthly reports, and it does indicate that that is the case, that we have $500,000 plus in surplus funds. So don't feel as though the budget that we presented to you and worked so hard to bring in line after we just had a historically high property tax increase for residential properties. We're just trying to do our job. Thank you.
Anyone new to speak on this motion?
Moderator.
Who's over here? It's Julian after. Mr. Heffernan, then Julian. It doesn't? Okay, Julian?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a comment from the last speaker. He mentioned the unassigned fund. We cannot spend anything from the unassigned fund if it's not in the operating budget. So that's not money we can touch without a town meeting. That's why you have those warrant article votes. So that we cannot touch that money unless you have permission of the taxpayers.
Thank you.
On the
Francine?
motion, this is not speaking to the amendment.
You speak to the amendment, Francine?
Yes, I just want a point of clarification. Our actual budget surplus for last year was $258,240, not $500,000.
On the motion, any more discussion on the motion? On the motion, I don't hear any. So we'll take a vote. All those in favor of the motion, which is to increase the operating budget by $30,000 to $9,760,991, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Nay. Why don't we first start with a count of your tickets, your voting tickets. Norm, can you help get us some counters? So if you're in favor of raising the operating budget by $30,000, please raise your green card and don't lower them until the counters tell you you can. In the front, raise them high. Huh? 32 years. Okay, you can put your cards down. Plus 11. 43. All those opposed, raise your cards. You may put your cards down, which you already did. All those in favor were 43. Those opposed were 32. The motion to increase by $30,000, the bottom line operating budget, passes. Our operating budget as amended is now $9,760,991. $9,760,991. Do we have any further discussion on the budget as amended? As amended. John Blinn has an amendment. John. John's going to approach the mic for an amendment.
My name is John Blinn Sr. I live at 4 Harmony Way. I'm a Plaistow selectman. And I'd like to make a motion to amend and increase the warrant article P20-02 in the amount of $20,000.
So the motion is to increase the operating budget as amended by $20,000. So I believe the new bottom line operating budget would be $9,780,991. $9,780,000, up 20 grand from 760, 991. Do I have a second on Mr. Blinn's motion?
Second.
Second by Mr. Talion. John, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, this motion is about, Plaistow has a record storage problem. I don't know if anybody is quite aware of that, but we have 150, jumping now. Chapter 33-A is disposition of municipal records. We have 156 different types of records that must be retained. We have to keep them for various lengths of time, from 1 year to forever. This is a list of all the records we must keep with the length of time we should keep them. There's quite a bit. Now, where are they? Where do we store them? We have them. Most of the records now are stored in the town hall. We have them in the clock tower. We have them in the cellar. We have them downstairs in the jail cells. When anybody, behind the stage also. The problem we have are these records are all in paper form. There's no backup. It's very, very difficult knowing if somebody is looking for something. We just can't find it. People go in, they look, they misplace them. None of the boxes are labeled properly. Every year we just add to it, and it's not going away. It's just going to get worse. So what we would like to do is digitize all of them. Get rid of what we don't need, and then electronically keep them all available. So anybody going in the town hall, they can just go to a computer and find what they're looking for. Most towns have already gone to this. The solution is digitizing the documents. We have all the equipment right there. So we're halfway, 3/4 of the way there now. And I don't know if anybody here has ever gone in the town hall to look for documents. It's pretty tough. So we do have the scanner. We have the wide plane scanner. And these are what we need to do this project. The other thing that we need is a dedicated person with experience. The problem there is if we do the math, this will come to hire a full-time person, takes 2,000 plus hours to do it. So what we would like to do is hire a part-time person. And that will be about 1,000 hours at $18 to $20 an hour. That's the only staff we need. We do have a person that is interested in doing it with 23 years' experience. So what we also have in the new highway department garage, we have storage areas where a lot of the leftover records, there's some records that the state says you have to keep in paper form. Those will be put in plastic bins and stored in a public works facility. But for finding certain things, everything can be done electronic. We'll have a backup. As of now, we don't even have a backup for any of the records we have. If any major catastrophe happened, we'd be lost. More than we are now. So, what we need to do is approve hiring a part-time person to dedicate themselves to digitizing all the records.
Thank you, John. Does anyone else wish to speak on this motion to amend the operating budget by increasing it $20,000?
Yes, and I'm in support of this for one thing. This is something we proposed last year, and unfortunately it failed. If you go around Town Hall, if that Town Hall ever goes on fire, these records are gone. As a matter of fact, those are nothing but tinder for a fire because they're stuffed in every nook and cranny in Town Hall. And you're right, you can't find something when you look for it because you don't know where to look. It needed to be done quite a long time ago. It's been kicked down the road, I guess because of funding. This is an investment in the future because these records are important. We've had records in the past just selling property. We couldn't even find the proper deeds of who owned the pieces, whether we actually owned, the town actually owned a piece of property, and we didn't have the proof. For all we know, the records we were looking for were somewhere on those boxes. It's just something that needs to be done. It's a one-time thing, get the stuff done, because all the new records are now electronic, so that won't have to be scanned again. It's just that all these old records, which are rather ancient, even older than us, John. So this is something that really needed to be done. I was saddened that it failed last year. I believe it was a Warren article 2 years ago. Time passes. And it's been 2 years since then, and it still hasn't been a fix to this problem. And it's something that really does need to be done.
Go first to Mr. Heffernan.
So as a member of this budget committee, we sat and we met for many, many months to develop the budget. Not once did this ever come up. $20,000, you know, is proposed to increase our budget. This had never come up. And it's peculiar to me that the 20,000 is here when our last meeting, I personally made a motion to decrease the budget by 20,000. Then all of a sudden there's this project for 20,000 that's coming before us where it has never been discussed with any member of the budget committee. Therefore, I'm not in favor of increasing the budget by 20,000. Thank you.
Go to Mr. Hamilton and then whoever is in line.
I believe that according to the no means no rule, if this was not approved by the voters less than 2 years ago, it cannot be proposed right now. Thank you.
Next in line.
I just had a few questions on this. I'm kind of on the fence on this because I'm fully aware of all the records. I mean, Mark and I have gone down in the basement. It's a mess. It really needs to be cleaned up. There's no question about that. My question is this it? I mean, 1,000 hours? I mean, is there going to be more? Let's be honest about it. You can't do all those records. You're going to make a dent in it, I think, which is good. And I know we have the town garage where we can put those records,
And by the way, there's a lot of records in the Historical Society that need to be done as well. The other question I had is, we have a lot of old town reports. It's very important to digitize those town reports, because there's a lot of times, I know John and I have tried to find things, and it's very difficult to find things in town reports. Those should be, my question is, would those be digitized as well?
Would the maker of the motion like to speak to the hours? Answer that question? Somebody? Which one of you? Mark, do you want to answer the hour question?
Yes. So the hours, the 1,000 hours at 18 to 20, you can do the math between 18 and 20,000. But if you hired a person, you'd have to account for the Medicare and Social Security. So maybe it would be 18 an hour, and the balance would be for the mandatory contributions. To your question about, I'm sure that this wouldn't get it all done, I think that's a good point. This is only asking for money from this year's budget to do a portion of the work. We would prioritize which documents are the most important, the ones that the state says by law that we have to keep the longest, and we would prioritize, and we would measure at the end of the year how much work we got done. And then we could come back and say, we anticipate that this might be a 3 or 4 year project, and this is how many records that we got done. So it's a phased approach. I will tell you anecdotally that I was involved with a records scanning document management project in Hudson along with Mr. Cashel. It took us 3 years, 2 interns over 3 years, and we digitized 3 terabytes of information over 3 years. So if I use that, we might be able to do between 1/2 and 1 terabyte per year. I don't know how many terabytes of information or how many documents need to be scanned, but we would be able to measure the progress after a year and then reevaluate it. To Mr. Heffernan's point about the first time that he heard it, he's correct. You know, there's a lot of projects that need to be done in Plaistow. We don't always get all of the information we need in time for the budgeting process. This is why we're at deliberative session, and it's your choice if you want to fund this or you don't. I'm bringing a long-time problem to the voters, and I'm bringing a solution. If you know anything about my management style, I don't come to the board or this body without a solution. If there's a problem, I bring a solution or two. This is the solution. This won't go away.
But what about the old town reports? Would they be included or not?
I can't speak to what the priority would be on the records. My comment is that a lot of those are already, some are in paper form and some are electronic, as you know. I certainly would look at that as a way to preserve the history, and I think that is a small piece that could be accomplished, and we would look at the prioritizing the records and look at that too.
Right, because there's often times that for town business, we need to find out what was passed years ago, and it's very difficult to do now.
Sure.
I know John and I have tried to do it many times.
I think that's a small piece that could be done.
It probably is, it probably is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in line.
Nancy Boulder, 271 Main Street, Plaistow. I just am so in favor of this. As a worker in the town hall, I've had to go into little cubbies, and believe me, it is not easy. You have to get into some of those files, and there's so many boxes. There are so many where some people really properly wrote what was in there and needed to be discarded or what, and there are so many that you don't even know what's in there. And as a worker, I'm telling you, this needs to be done.
Thank you. Next.
Barbara Kishka, KIS-ZKA, Mayray Avenue, and I have a question about the wording of the amendment. Are we specifying a permanent hire or a contract, one-year contract?
That is not part of the amendment. That is just the intent of the amendment. The amendment is simply to increase the bottom line of the operating budget 20 grand.
Thank you.
If you're not aware, we can't do line item vetoes and line item changes. So that's why when these amendments are made, you hear them made to just increase the bottom line of the budget.
Richard Anthony, 4 Village Way. I guess my question with respect to increasing the budget by $20,000. Has Is a request for proposal been put out to some company that would handle record retention or the actual scanning of things like an Iron Mountain or some other professional organization rather than looking at hiring an organic asset to do the work?
Town manager?
The answer is no, but my past history in multiple communities, anytime I have gone out to RFP, it has always been more expensive to hire a subcontractor to come in rather than to look at either interns or a person that in-house, that you have control of to do it. It has always been more expensive when we've gone out to RFPs.
Just my last question with respect to how much it would cost. Do you intend to have a bottom line number that would define like what the project would cost, the scope of the project, rather than coming now and saying that you want $20,000 to proceed on some project that doesn't necessarily have a defined scope?
So, manager?
The intent of this is to see how many documents we can get in the next, this year, in 2020, and then report back for additional funding through the budget process of what it will take in subsequent years. It's a multi-year project to do it, and it depends on what records you actually scan in. We did not scan in the other communities every single record in town. We looked at the most important and the ones that were required by statute, and then we made a decision on which ones to do. For instance, if future meetings decide not to fund the last leg of it, then we wouldn't do it, obviously, but perhaps we'd look to move the records to a better location because we now have space to put it in. The problem you saw on those slides there, and if you can back up to the other slide, the one that's the most telling is that one. That is susceptible to flooding and sprinkler alarms going off in the basement that would totally ruin those records. We now have a place to put them into containers, off-site, with sprinkler protection, because they'll be in plastic containers, and they would be cataloged. Somebody made a comment to me, how about if we just move them all over to that place? Well, that's fine. Now we got a big mess moved over into another room, and we don't know what's there. So this is an organized adventure, and we can report back to how we can proceed in the future.
Thank you.
Next.
John McCardle, 12 Middleview Drive. From those pictures, that's unsatisfactory. I was your fire chief for 17 and a half years. If I saw that in a commercial building, I would close the building. You can't have that. This is not the first time it's been to the town. I recall several years ago, maybe greater than 10, that there was an impetus to go ahead and begin the digitizing process. I think that's why we may have some of that equipment in the town hall, but we didn't fund the staff to do the digitizing. As I recall, it was to be done by interns people to do it for free or less than that. What Ms. Pearson indicates in the basement, I believe that is the basement, that has been growing for several years. It's not a finger point. It is what it is, as they say. Unfortunately, the cubby holes that exist in the building have been populated with this material. You saw a picture of the clock tower. Not many people go up into the clock tower, but I'm going to speak on behalf of the members of the fire department that used to report to me, and that scares me to death. If that building were to catch fire and the structure were weakened, that's coming down on the people that are sworn to protect you. And this needs to be resolved.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Gary Holt, 207 Oak Ridge Road. I'm just wondering if anybody assessed, instead of bringing on a new benefited employee, would it be more cost effective to look at the workflow of the current employees of the town to see if they can be utilized further and their job descriptions expanded upon? I don't know how busy they are, but you have several different departments. Maybe they could be cross-trained, and this could be more cost effective if done that way.
The position, Mr. Holt, is not benefited. It's without benefits.
Okay.
It would be perhaps 15 to 20 hours a week. Your second question was about current staff. What this does not tell you is that current staff would assist with this process in addition to their current duties. That is, they would be the person to go through the records to determine which records need to be scanned, which one are duplicative that could be culled, and they would oversee the scanning of their department's records, so then they would have a better idea where their records are, the physical location, and then also assist with the electronic storage of those records. To your other part of your question about current staff doing it, we have a lot of one-person departments in the town of Plaistow. What has happened over my tenure here is that we have reduced staffing. That is, we have combined jobs when people leave through attrition and added those duties onto other people. I have increased the duties from one person from 3 jobs to 5, other people from 2 to 3, other people from 1 to 2, and that's been across the board. So every time there's an opportunity to add responsibility to the employees through the job description process, we do that. The problem is when that one person is out for either vacation, sick, medical, we now lose not only the department person, one-person department, we lose the second function where they've been cross-trained or doing another job. That is a problem that's not going to go away. So we've consolidated as much as we can. I don't know where else to go from here. We need a part-time assistants, whether it's an intern or somebody that specializes in records management, to assist us with doing this project. It cannot be done with our current staff. If it is done with our current staff, that current staff member is going to have to stop doing their primary job or their second job.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I just hope the actual workflows of each individual, employer being looked at in case that could be utilized further. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone new to speak on this motion to amend?
John, Chairman 3 Kimball Ave, just to add historical perspective, which I guess is my function here. Back in 2004, the Plaistow First Committee was formed. Mr. Harb was chair of that committee. One of the first things they did is, the direction from the Board of Selectmen at the time was, we have a lot of town-owned property, what's the best way to use it? So the committee was formed. One of the first things they did was to look at problems, current problems with town-owned land, how it might be used. So we wanted to look for what are the things that needed to be done first. The biggest issue for that committee was more recreation space. We need to use the unused space for recreation. That's what launched us toward park. The second most important issue was records retention. This is 12 years ago, and people are saying then, we're swamped, we don't have enough. We've been kicking this can down the road for a long time. It needs to be fixed. Whether this is the best solution or this is the best way to start, I'm not sure, but it certainly needs to be done. And if we don't do it, we're running the risk of what we've been talking about all day, is pushing things down the road or thinking we're saving money by not doing something that needs to be done. Thank you.
John.
Move the motion.
I have a hand raised here, so I'll let Maxine speak, and then we'll hopefully move the motion.
I'd just like to speak to the budget as a whole. We asked the town manager to come back with a decreased budget from last year's budget, and his number was $9,753,987. The town manager and the finance director know what they're doing, and they think that the town can run on this number, and we're already at $9,780,991. Not only is that a slap in the face to the people that were elected at this table to provide you with a budget that's reasonable and not a burden to the taxpayers, you're also insulting the town manager and the finance director because they think they can make the town run on 9.7. So here we are at $9,780,000.
I think looking to the maker of usually the secret motions? Are you going to submit one on
Something
that?
that's kind of important, I think. Can anyone speak to the validity of Mr. Hamilton's assertion of the no means no law, if this is even a valid motion?
It's a question of a point of order. Just because the issue was voted no 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, or as John said, maybe 12 years ago, can it not be brought up again? And I believe it can be. The no means no is for that budget term, in my opinion, and for that vote. So in that year and that term, the selectmen can't spend money for something the citizens said no. But this is a new year, a new term, a new budget. So you are able, in my opinion, to add. And remember, this is not a line item.
Mm-hmm.
So the no means no. I'm not thinking it's even technically applicable, because we're not saying this money is going to go to that item. You're saying, and the voters are going to say, whether the entire budget will go up $20,000. Again, the reason is just the intent of Mr. Blinn, where he hopes that the selectmen will put that money. They get a bottom line, and they can readjust the line items with that bottom line in mind. So I don't see anybody standing to go to the phone. I think it's a fairly simple request. I'm looking to see that we're not going to have a secret ballot on this. So all those in favor of the motion to increase the operating budget by $20,000 to $9,780,991 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
I believe the ayes have it. Motion passed. So now the budget as amended is $9,780,991. We now revert back to discussing the operating budget as amended to that amount, $9,780,991. Before I ask for anyone else, I thought it was only appropriate to thank and welcome our new police chief and our new fire chief, Chief Mullen and Chief Knudsen, who are spending their time with us today. Can you stand up, guys, and give them a round of applause for being here? And welcome us to the... Appreciate it. It's always good to see our chiefs and our former chief. Thank you. So we have $9,780,991. Is there any discussion on the amended budget?
This number needs to be changed.
She's going to change it on the computer, but my number's correct. $9,780,991. Greg?
Mr. Moderator, on behalf of the Select Board, I make a motion to raise the operating budget by $35,000 to a new total of $9,815,991.
So that's a motion to increase $35,000. So the new bottom line operating budget would be $9,815,991. $9,815,991. You have that in writing?
Yes.
You've signed it? And who would like to second that?
I'll second. Julian.
Seconded by Julian Kiska. Write this new total in. So, Mr. Talion, I'm sure you'd like to speak to it, but since Mr. Blinn spoke on the general mic on that, would you mind removing yourself to the general mic? I think that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Due to the district court's decision to move out of Plaistow, our town will now incur an estimated $15,000 in overtime charges for police officers and our prosecutor to travel to courthouses in either Salem or Exeter for appearance for arrests and other misdemeanors. We found out about this on January 24th, well after the budget was created, reviewed, and recommended. The $15,000 was estimated by our police chief and by our town manager. Right now, they literally go across the street, and we basically reduce any additional time from the officer, and now he can be on patrol or she can be on patrol very, very quickly. If they have to move to Salem or Exeter, we're looking at a 3-hour overtime period, which is what I understand defined by the police CBA. In addition to this $15,000, due to a lack of information available, we believe that the Budget Committee mistakenly cut $20,000 from the assessing department's budget, which was intended to pay for values anew, and that means that you'll evaluate every single property and reassess it, for utility properties in Plaistow. This assessment is needed to properly assess all property in Plaistow proportionately and fairly versus only the residential and commercial values anew that are also on the budget. So the residential and commercial anews, we have money for those. We need the additional $20,000 to be able to also do a values anew for the utilities. If we are not able to do this, it is my understanding that we will have to revert back to the DRA estimates, and we could lose approximately $250,000 in taxes. Is that correct, Francine?
Yes.
So I would take any questions, or if anybody else wants to speak.
Anyone else want to speak to the motion to amend the amended operating budget by increasing it $35,000?
I'd like
Sam?
to speak to the comment that was made about they just found out about this on the 20th. As I recall, as early as April, it was a selectmen's meeting in last April that the town was notified by the state of New Hampshire that they would only be extending at least for 1 year on that building. So I'm kind of upset that we didn't get to budget for this when it should have been budgeted instead of getting thrown at us at the last minute.
Just to add to that, Sam, in the past, and I reviewed this, this is not the first time that the district court has threatened to move out of Plaistow. And after doing so, they then ended up signing a 3-year lease. So while we heard that they were literally doing this, we were definitely believing that they would possibly enact another lease with us. So there was nothing formal from the state until on January 24th, all the selectmen and the town manager received notification from the state in writing. So it wasn't just a verbal type thing, it was all in writing. And one additional thing is, even though the reason that they put forth that they were leaving, there were deficiencies in terms of parking, is one example, and issues about security and things that they wanted to increase inside the building to make it easier for the lawyers and the clients to be able to come into the courtroom. They have been living with this for quite a long time period. How long has our courtroom been there?
I don't know.
Okay. I think it's got to be at least 5 years.
Well, like 12 isn't it?
It's like 12 years, so it's a lot longer. So they've been living with that additional building for a long, long time, even though they addressed all these other issues. So we're still expecting that there's going to be discussion whether or not a courtroom will end up in Plaistow, but right now they're basically saying they can't use that building. And so we will have to take care of the rest of the year, approximately 6 months, and our police officers will have to travel this additional time period, and we will have to pay them as well.
Can I answer to his point, to my point? Or no?
Take a half a minute.
It will be very quick. All the reasons you list for the deficiencies of the courthouse, in my mind, only prove to the point we should have known this was coming. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Halfman, do you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I just want to speak and add to what Sam was saying, a couple of things. One, we brought up what happened before with the courthouse. The reason why it did stay open was the town fought extremely hard to get that to stay open. As Sam had said, in April of last year, there was a motion before the Board of Selectmen who, in my opinion, knew about this. This had never come up during a budget discussion, and here we are, sitting here as a budget committee. Now we have $55,000 that the Board of Selectmen want to add. As a budget committee, we work extremely hard on our budget. And to sit here and have this amount being thrown around with us not getting anything in advance in regards to this, and as a budget committee member, to have to sit there and read in the newspaper that this is coming is very disheartening. We never got an email from anybody. We were never informed of this. So to have to read this in the newspaper as a member of the budget committee, I find to be quite insulting.
We're going to let Mr. Hamilton speak next, and then we're going to go to the line. But I wanted, as a point of information, to mention something to all those here and watching online. Mr. Major, as a representative, myself as a representative, and the Board of Selectmen will be attending a meeting on the courthouse February 18th, along with all the other state reps and state senators for every town that comes to this court. So if you have any ideas, comments, anything you'd like us to bring to that meeting, please feel free to let us know, and maybe even speak to the town manager, because he'll be there on behalf with the selectmen. So it's not done being discussed, but just so you'll know as a point of order, I didn't read that in the article, but it's coming up. Mr. Hamilton, then the gentleman in line.
Moderator?
Mr. Moderator?
He's had his hand up.
Just a point of clarification, I agree with the Budget Committee member Heffernan about not getting advance notice. Welcome to the club. I didn't get advance notice either. I received it on January 24th, just as well as you as a state rep became aware of it.
Yeah, we never had any
Monday
notice.
evening, as I read in the newspaper, it was discussed at a selectmen's meeting. At that point, I would think as a budget committee, we would have got an email from the Board of Selectmen or the town manager making us aware of this situation instead of having to read about it in the newspaper.
Mr. Hamilton, then the gentleman in line.
There was no secret that the courthouse was going to move. That April meeting of the Board of Selectmen, they discussed renewing the lease for 1 year. It had been, I believe, a 3-year lease, because there wasn't adequate parking and they were looking for a larger location. So if that isn't notifying us that there was going to be a move of the courthouse, just because their lease runs out this coming May does not mean that they're going to pack up and leave. They need a place to go. It's going to take time to find an adequate place. If they have found one already, they would have had that in that recent letter, that they have a new location, that they are at least considering another option. It's going to take time to find a new location that's adequate. It's going to take time to remodel that to be suitable for the courthouse. It's going to take time to move everything there. And if they have to build a new building for this use, it's going to take even further time. They're not going to move to a temporary location out of Plaistow and then move to a permanent location. I don't believe that that's practical, and I don't think that this state would allow that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Richard Colquitt, 11 Sun Circle. As Mr. Hamilton just said, this is not going to be an overnight issue. It's going to take time for them to find a place to go. I think the police department can eat up the budget, what they're going to use in overtime for police officers this year out of their budget. It's not going to be that much, because it's not going to be for maybe 2 months at the end of the year, if that. Okay? To me, getting rid of the court on Elm Street is the best thing that ever happened to this town. That has been nothing but a traffic problem since it was in there. There's not parking there. There has never been adequate parking there for the town, for the court to be there. They were always parked out on Elm Street, which makes it very hazardous for fire department vehicles, which are leaving 75% of their calls. They come down Elm Street. It's hard for firefighters to get to the station. It's hard for them to leave. They're always having to be careful of that. To me, it's no great loss.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a response to Mr. Hamilton's comment. The cover letter this board got very specifically stated that they would be vacating the premises starting in May, and they would be gone by June 30th, period, because that is when the lease is up. So to say that it's going to be extended through the rest of the year is just not factual. Let me read it to you. The circuit court is in a position where it must find alternative locations for the district division cases currently being heard in Plaistow beginning on July 1st. Now, it's not incumbent, the board absolutely did discuss this lease, but it's not incumbent on the board to have a crystal ball and to guess what the court is going to do. Yes, it's going to take several years before this is all sorted out, and as you mentioned, we're going to have a meeting regarding that, but the bottom line is we have to take care of this problem right now. And so to make some of these statements that are not entirely true gives the voters an improper picture of what we're really looking at.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Peck and then go to Jay.
I gotta say, this is kind of death by a thousand cuts here. It seems to me that when you prepare a budget, you gotta have your ducks in order. And I'm a little disturbed by the fact that we keep hearing about the budget committee getting blindsided. I understand things come up, I understand that. But it seems to me we gotta do a better job. How much have we added so far?
We've added 109,000.
How much?
109,000.
We've added 109?
If this passes.
If this passes. It seems to me at some point, things always come up. They're gonna come up next week, the week after. At some point you have to draw a line. And people got hit with a big tax cut. And I understand that things come up. And I know maybe I'd be speaking a different tune if I was a selectman. But on the other hand, let's not keep having, 20,000, 30,000. These are not meager numbers.
Jay?
I'm going to speak to the assessing line. If anyone wants to continue with the courthouse, I'll defer, but during our budget process, we talked about the assessing line, and part of the reason I believe we reduced that line was because the values anew, the number that we were told was around 135, 140, and the number that was budgeted was about 170, 175. So in a compromise, we reduced it by 20 to get closer down to that 140, 130, 140 number. Throughout the whole budget process, we heard, we'll find it someplace else in the budget. I think reducing that values anew number down to a closer RFP is wise to do, and find it someplace else in the budget then, if you're gonna have to do that, because that's what I heard all throughout the budget season was, we'll just find it someplace else. So that's my 2 cents on the assessing line.
Thank you. Anyone else new to speak on the amendment to add another 35,000?
May I just...
Anyone else new? Francine?
Okay. All right, okay, I don't blame her. I'd just like to make a comment that in July and in August of this past year, we had several discussions on the board with regards to the cost of the values anew. And I believe it was made fairly clear that there were 2 tiers of values anew. One was for residential and commercial, and a separate one was for utilities. Most of the assessing firms that do our residential and commercial values do not do the utility portion of it. There's very few assessors that do that. And with all of the numbers and all of the things that we have done in the past year, I'm sure that that was forgotten by a large number of people. Now, unfortunately, I was on vacation when that discussion came up on the budget committee, because if I had been there, I would have reminded them that we had escrows about 135 for the commercial properties and about 40,000 for the utility portion. Now, if this doesn't pass, as Mr. Talon said, we can always divert back to the DRA's assessment of what our utilities are. They're significantly lower than what we have assessed our properties for, and we're probably going to lose close to $250,000 in taxes. So you guys have to ask yourselves, are you going to cut your nose off to spite your face? Are you going to save 20 grand and lose 250? So the bottom line with all of these additions is it looks like you're going to pay an extra $27 in your tax bill if this motion passes. So you guys have to decide whether that's a cost-effective measure to use.
Anyone? Yes, Dennis.
So I'd like to speak to the assessing budget, seeing that I was the one that made the motion to cut $20,000 out of that budget. When I looked at it, there was an increase in that budget, $196,331, 39%. Therefore, I looked at that, we listened to what was said. I think we came to a good compromise to cut $20,000 out of that budget. We've heard from the people out there that, you know, our taxes are too high this year. We've tried to work as best we can to try to keep this budget in line, understanding that there are expenses, things that happen within town that we have to do. But we worked extremely hard as a budget committee to try to keep this budget in line as much as possible, and that's why I made the motion to cut that $29,000 out of that budget.
Thank you. Anyone new to speak on the motion? The motion is to amend the bottom line of the operating budget to increase it $35,000 to $9,815,991. One gentleman approaching the mic.
I have a question, Robert Zukas, 108 Sweeto Road. How is it that we are hiring assessment companies that don't do the total job for our town? I just heard there's a two-tier assessment. So we have an assessor that will do the commercial and the town, but he doesn't do the utilities. Is that a separate assessor? So we have to hire two companies?
Okay, I may be, I think you misunderstand what I was saying. Our current assessor does do utilities as well as all of the other residential and commercial. However, there was a hue and cry from a number of years from people on both of these boards and committees as well as taxpayers that perhaps we needed to take a second look at our assessor. And so this is what we are trying to do. Is we started out by purchasing new software that would address commercial properties, and because there is a new software program, we wanted to make sure we started with a clean slate, and we're actually going to be approving bids on a person who is going to, or a firm that's going to do values anew for us. And we thought if we started with a third party that was disinterested and did not have a history in this town, we would get a more accurate assessment. The bids that came in, out of the bids that came in, those assessors only do the two portions of the assessment, the residential, commercial. They do not do utilities. And a lot of the assessing firms that are in the state of New Hampshire do not do utilities either. There's only a few of them. What they do is they utilize the DRA's assessment values of utilities. We're in a unique situation because we have a lot of utilities here and they're valued significantly higher than what the state values it at, and that's how we get our extra tax revenue. So it's not that they're not doing their job. Our current assessor would do it, but there has been a loud cry from, you know, our taxpayers that said we want to take a look at a new assessor, so that's what we're trying to do.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the loud cry was they felt that the commercial was inappropriate, was not paying their fair share, I think is what it was. And I think that the big cause we spoke about was we wanted an assessment company that did the things right. So what I'm hearing is we paid for an assessor that for less money. So we cut money on an assessor, or didn't pay the assessor to do the total job, to save money to come before us as taxpayers. We went and paid him just to do commercial and industrial and residential, but we didn't. Well, that's what you just said. It's two-tier. He does all three, but as the town people were upset, we only had him do two things: commercial and residential, not the utilities.
No, sir, we're not having this person do any of it.
Okay, so we're getting a whole new company.
Exactly.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so this is to upgrade what we already have for an assessor, and
yes,
it's going to cost us $20,000 or X amount of dollars more to have it done properly. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, basically, yes. So we have new software that will address the commercial issue. And now we hopefully will have a brand new third-party assessor that will look at this town with fresh eyes, and hopefully we will have a different commercial tax rate when all is said and done with the values anew.
All right, and how many years have we been going with not getting taxes on the utilities properly?
We've always readjusted the utility taxes every 5 years. We've always done that, but that's the rub, is residents get readjusted every year or every other year, but the utilities and the commercial properties only get adjusted once every 5 years because there's not enough sales or value for us to count them. They have to scratch that off because the pool isn't big enough. So we're starting with a clean, brand new slate, and so this will hopefully bring us to ground zero on all of our properties, including utilities, and then we can move forward from there, because I think it was the long-term planning of the board is instead of doing statistical updates every year where you get paper cuts of $100 or $500 or whatever, we would do it once every 5 years, like we sort of did last year. So yes, you're going to get a big tax bill in 5 years, but everybody's going to be level funded, and the playing field will be level, so that we're not just tagging the residents all the time.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Anyone new to speak on the motion to amend?
John Sherman, 3 Kimball Ave, historical perspective on the courthouse. We had issues with the state or the county or the whatever organization at the state level works with deciding where the courthouse is going to be. Came up a few years ago. Sean Fitzgerald put a lot of effort into coordinating with the other local towns about the impact to them. The impact isn't just to Plaistow, it's to other towns, and I'm sure this will come up in the discussion that you have next week, Mr. Moderator. So I'm not telling you, but letting other people know that other towns care because we provide backup for other towns. So if our police officers need to go to Salem, let's say, that creates a void that we can't provide help to, let's say, Atkinson or Danville if they need it. And the reverse is also true, that if we're providing backup for them, when they have an issue, it impacts them. My point is, it impacts more than just Plaistow, and I'm glad you're having a meeting about it next week.
Thank you, John. And I don't see anybody standing in line, so I'm going to move the question. The motion is to increase the operating budget by $35,000 to $9,815,991. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. I believe the noes have it. Motion failed. Back to the main motion as amended. Anyone to speak on the main motion as amended? The operating budget now stands at $9,780,991, if I'm correct. Ma'am, are you going to speak on the main motion? I am not. Oh. Okay. Is there anyone at this time to speak on the main motion? I don't see anyone in line. So all those in favor of passing the operating budget as amended with the new total $9,780,991, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Everybody's saying yes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Next, I'd like to ask the crowd and the members here, the voting members. It's 12:35.
Point of order.
I believe.
Yes. Yes, you can.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on P 2002.
I'd like to second that motion. Kate Sherman DeRoche. I tried a couple of times. I was getting here. I was working at it.
We have a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article P 20-02 and seconded. Any further discussion on that? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstains. The ayes have it. Reconstricted 20-02. So I have 12:37. I could go forever, but not really. But I leave it to the call of the members and the public. Would you like a break? And then give me a hint how long. Who would like to take a short break?
Let's go.
Yes, all those in favor of a short break, raise their hand. No, not a lot. Okay, so we'll continue. Yes. Our clerk needs a break.
Oh, good for you.
I know.
Yeah.
So we're going to continue on with the operating budget, this time Water Department. Article P-20-03, shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget for the Water Department, not including appropriations by special warrant and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth in the budget posted with the warrant as amended by vote of the first session for the purpose set forth therein, totaling $157,444. Should this article be defeated, the operating budget shall be $157,444, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numeral X and Roman numeral XI 11, to take up the issue of a revised budget only. Majority vote required. Total appropriation is $157,444. To be withdrawn from the Water Enterprise Fund, $150,444. No amount to be raised by new taxation. The balance in the Water Enterprise Fund as of 12/31/19 plus or minus $590,000. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 400 and the Budget Committee 900. Have a motion to place this article on the warrant as written.
Make that motion.
Made by Greg Talion. Have a second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Julian. I believe Francine Hart will speak to this article.
Yes, thank you. Before I speak about this article, I just want to remind everybody of an old proverb. It says, "Those that do not learn from history are bound to repeat it." Enough of you are sitting in this audience that have lived in town for a number of years, so I want to take you back a few years to the time when our municipal tax rate was the same year in and year out. And everybody thought that was a really wonderful thing to do. However, it was done at the expense of our town's infrastructure. We've had projects that have not been completed for years, like the Safe Routes to School. And I just want to remind some of you that we started that project in 2013, and we just signed off on that in January. We've also had projects in town that were dangerous to our citizens, like the Westfield Bridge that was never even looked at or considered. And we still had other projects that were very poorly planned and executed.
Ms. Hart, I hate to interrupt you, but I'm waiting for you to bring this to the Water Department article.
I will get to my point. Yes, I just want to also make sure that people understand that we spent an hour here discussing the park project that was poorly planned, poorly executed, and that no provisions were made for repairs and maintenance. Our town manager and this board that you see in front of you spent the lion's share of 2019 trying to fix these problems and a whole bunch of other ones. And we still have a few more to go that I hope we can take care of in 2020. So I hope that you ask us questions about these warrant articles that are coming up, because that's what we're all up here to do. But please don't think in a short-sighted manner, and I respectfully ask that you would consider the long-term future and health of our town. And then to get to this warrant article, what I'm basically going to say is we've had a number of meetings, of water meetings in our town. We've moved very far forward in looking at creating ordinances, and you'll finally have a bottom line number very shortly of what it's probably going to cost you to have potable water in here. I want to emphasize that this does not come out of the taxpayers' pockets. This is coming out of a water enterprise fund. And the only people who are going to be paying for this down the road are the people who actually use the water. This is a tremendous thing for our town, and I think it should be supported.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this article, P-20-03? Mr. Peck.
Probably reached my quota for questions, but I have one more. Sorry. How much is in the Water Enterprise Fund? And how does,
says it right
just to
there.
clarify, did you say that already?
I said it, it's on your warrant article.
$590,000.
$590,000.
That's your
Okay.
last question.
All right, I get it. And where does the money come from to go into the Water Enterprise Fund?
It comes from the revenue generated by the fire suppression system as it currently stands.
Okay, so right now it's just the fire suppression. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that so people know.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this warrant article? Anyone else to speak on the warrant article? Hearing none, no more, and no amendments, Article P 2003 will appear on the warrant as written. Public Works Facility, Phase 3, Article P-20-04. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $350,000 as a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7, Roman numeral 6, that will be used to construct a salt shed with solar panels for storage of sand and salt used to treat the town's road during the winter months, with set funds to come from the general fund unassigned fund balance. This shed will be constructed adjacent to the Public Works Facility Garage located at the former Penn Box site, map 41, lot 11, 144 Main Street. A majority vote is required. The total appropriation, $350,000. Withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance, $350,000. No amount to be raised by new taxation, $0. Balance in the general fund unassigned fund balance as of December 31, 2019, plus or minus $2,650,000. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 4-0-0, and the Budget Committee voted 4-5-0. Do I have a motion to place this article on the warrant as written?
So moved.
Made by Greg Talion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Heffernan, and I believe Ms. Hart's also going to speak to this article.
Yes.
Francine?
This is the last phase of a three-phase project for our Public Works facility. In 2018, Phase 1 was completed. It was voted on unanimously for approval by the board as well as the Budget Committee and as well as the taxpayers. Last year, we just finished up Phase 2. Again, unanimously voted on by the board and the Budget Committee, and overwhelmingly by you voters, it was 755 yes and 195 no. The last phase of this project will create a salt and solar shed to be put on that property. And it's going to address two issues that we had discussed prior. The first issue is that it's going to address some of the DES regulations for salt storage that we are on the tip of violating right now. So it's going to allow us to store the salt properly. But more importantly, it's going to allow us to purchase bulk salt at reduced rates, because we'll be able to purchase it in the off times of the year and be able to store it all at once. And that will also address the issue with regards to the budget. So I think it kind of dovetails for both things. The solar component to the shed is also going to help us reduce our utility charges, so that we will probably not be paying anything for electricity for the Public Facilities Garage. And if there's any extra electricity left over from the net metering, we'll be able to offset charges for the town hall too. So that's also going to reduce our budget and our taxes down the road.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on Article 20-04? Mr. Sherman.
Thank you, Francine. Good explanation, but the first thing you said when you were giving the explanation is, this is the last phase. This is Phase 3 of 3. The warrant article doesn't say that. It doesn't talk about 3 of 3 or last phase, and I would think you'd want that in the wording of the warrant article, but I'll leave that up to whoever. And also in the explanation, I think it should say Phase 3 of 3.
Okay, that's an excellent point. We can clearly adjust the language on that.
Anyone else to speak on Article 20-04? Don't see anybody at the, oh yes.
Robert Zukas, 108 Sweet Hill Road. I have a question. I noticed that the Budget Committee was not behind this. Is it possible to find out why they're not behind this?
You can ask the Budget Committee, and I don't know
Okay,
if those who
Budget
spoke
Committee,
against
could
it
you
wishes
just
to-
give us a little insight into why you were not for this?
Yeah, I will.
Would somebody,
I will.
Sam will talk on that.
Because I was asked the same thing at our last meeting. Personally, I was part of the Highway Public Facilities Garage Committee, and we were an integral part of picking out the lot and building the building. We worked with the town manager on a bunch of decisions, and the building got done. And a town manager did an excellent job of building such a building at such a low price. When it came time to the salt shed, there was a couple of things in mind that didn't sit well with me. Number one, the committee fairly fell apart, and there was little to no input or options given to the committee on the salt shed. And as you know from being here earlier in the day, that I question the amount of salt the town uses, which this building is built to house what I consider to be an excessive amount of salt. So, those 2 points were what was my feeling against recommending it.
Anyone else want to speak?
Well,
Mr. Hamilton?
the Highway Garage, through its committee and help with the garage planning and everything, with the town manager, we feel as though it was a very efficient project. Without input from the committee on the salt shed, and with the information that has been provided to us, and comparing with other salt sheds that other towns in our surrounding areas are building, I simply felt it was too expensive. I think it's a Cadillac salt shed. Maybe it's justified. Maybe we need the size and this money to be spent for the salt shed. But I wasn't convinced, so I voted against it.
Mr. Barachi?
I also voted against it, and for 2 reasons. One, we built the initial highway garage stressed for solar panels, and now we're putting solar panels not on the initial highway garage, but on the salt shed. I believe the solar panels should go on the highway garage as designed. The second thing is this is $350,000 that we're taking out of the unassigned fund balance. That money could be used to lowering your tax rate, which we certainly need to do right now. And if that money goes out of the unassigned fund balance, it cannot be used to lower your tax rate.
Thank you. Any other budget member wish to speak?
All right,
Thank
that's
you.
my question. Thank you.
Next in line.
Bob's taller than me. Jim Unger, 141 Main Street. When we voted for the town garage, I remember seeing architectural renderings, blueprints, things like that we could look at. I don't see anything back there. How do we know what we're voting on? Do we know a size, a square footage? Do we have a breakdown of solar cost versus barn cost? Do we know what the payback is on the solar? As I believe it was Mr. Hamilton just said, I work all over New Hampshire. I see DPW salt sheds that are nothing more than pole barns that they probably put up for $60,000, $70,000. So he stole my line. It looks like, you know, a Chevrolet town is buying Cadillac parts. But I would like to know size. I'd like to know what it's going to look like, because I can actually see over there from my house. And I'd like to know the breakdown on the solar, payback on the solar, things like that.
Mr. Moderator, I can
answer that.
I can answer to that question, yes, sir. The breakdown financially is approximately $275,000 for the shed and approximately $65,000 for the solar panels. Now, we have an energy committee in town that researched the solar panels, and we spent a long time doing that over the summer. And the energy committee unanimously voted to recommend this particular configuration and structure for the salt shed. And don't forget, the energy committee's only a recommendation, and it was recommended to the board. So as far as, you know, the budget committee's recommendations, that really was in the purview of the board as opposed to the budget committee. But there's 2 separate costs that were added into all of this, and we're looking at about a 5.7-year return on investment on those solar panels. So we on the energy committee, and there's a couple of budget committee members on that committee as well, thought that it would be a smart idea for us to take a small leap into solar funding before we did any huge projects, to make sure that it was cost effective and worthwhile for the town.
And do we know a size of the shed?
What is it? Go ahead, you can answer to that, Mark.
The dimensions are 60 feet wide, 40 deep, and with the long sloping roof facing solar south at approximately 38 degrees, there's about 3,000 square foot of flat space to mount the solar panels.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just a question, do we have a picture of the proposed building or a schematic?
We don't have it here. At no cost to the town, I went to the manufacturer of the current Public Works facility, their engineers, to ask specifically for a design that would accommodate the solar panels and the salt to meet both the town's needs for salt and the Energy Committee for the solar panels. It is unique because it has a long sloping roof, it has a high front, and it has sliding doors on the front, so it doesn't look architecturally like the pole barns or the domes or even the DOT facilities that are built out of wood that you see along the state highways. To that end, the direction that I received was to create a project that accommodates a unique feature, which is to perform two functions, not just store salt. I also researched the companies that build these salt sheds for a living out of Elmira, New York, that you see that the New Hampshire DOT and several towns have built. And they're built out of poles and they're built out of plywood. And the cost for this type square footage would be approximately $250 some odd thousand. So it is this was an alternative that cost the same but accomplished two functions. You can't obviously mount solar panels onto a dome building, or you can't even mount them with as much square footage on the standard type wooden structure that has a gambrel roof. So that's why we shifted here. So at no cost to the town. I got a set of plans that's on 8.5 by 11 sheets, but they're not in detail like the back of the room here. But I felt it was sufficient to have a set of plans that I could rely on for the purposes of asking for the funding to complete this project if the board decides to.
Perhaps the selectmen could decide if they like those plans you have on 8 by 11, they could just post it on the website so that the people can see a conceptual design. And I know from building experience, conceptual designs aren't always built the way they're conceived, but at least that gentleman's question would be answered. You can look at it. Maxine wanted to talk about the solar panels.
I also serve on the Energy Committee, and I kind of headed the project of the solar panels, and I sat down with a solar company. And after meeting with him several times, and he did come to speak to us, and I understand that he was a salesman, but he was convinced, and his company would much rather put the solar panels on the highway garage, and we do have a roof that is outfitted for those solar panels. Because it is a bigger cost-effective, there's no cost, it'd be net metering, so we would find a third party to pay for the solar panels, and they would feed off of the energy created, and also the town gets a discounted rate. So, you know, this is a segue into experimenting with solar panels, but I don't know that it's the right decision.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this article, P20-04?
Yeah, as everyone here knows, I have solar panels. Used them for 8 years now. But that's beyond the point. One of the things is the project to put solar panels, and I can see their zeal to want to do it on the highway garage first. That's a huge surface area. That's a lot of solar panels. That would be a lot more money at this point, which I don't think the town has. I think stepping into doing it on the salt shed first is the smart thing to do, see how it works out, which I'm very confident it will. But the investment to do the highway garage on top of that, which is set to do, which we could do in the future, that right now would be, in my opinion, too much of an expense to dive into at this point, and a much larger project as well. But yeah, it is, and it's true, it was designed to hold the weight when the design of the building was done, so that it could be done in the future. But in my opinion, at this point, it wouldn't be the wise thing to do right now.
If I can just address Julian,
Yeah.
they don't cover the entire roof with solar panels.
Yeah.
I look at buildings every day with solar panels that might have 10,000 square feet of roof area, and 2,000 might have solar panels.
Yeah.
There's no need to say it's better to start on the other building.
But
It's
the
just a
ang-
choice.
Yeah, in response to that, also the angles, it's not full solar south for one thing, but yeah, they'll still work fine. And this salt shed is designed to be exactly solar south, and the angle to get the most optimum out of those solar panels throughout the year.
Go to our town manager.
Just a point of clarification for the gentleman that just sat down. The backside of the solar shed is designed for complete coverage of solar panels with that 3,000 square feet.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Tim Horn, 33 Sweet Hill Road. We've talked about kicking projects down the road. I think if you look at our 1994 town warrant, there was $35,000 to construct a new salt shed. So here we are. It's certainly time to do it. The other question I have, we know the current salt shed has contaminated wells. I think we've had to supply at least three or four neighbors with well water. We've had to drill a new well to supply them water. Do we have an estimate on what the financial impact of a DES penalty is if we do nothing and leave the current salt shed as it is?
I do not, Mr. Moore. I would only be guessing at this point, but it's going to be some form of either a consent decree to make us clean it up by a certain time. I don't know that they would fine us, but that problem gets worse every day. It's not going to get better.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Moderator, want to add to that?
Is there anyone new to speak on Article 20-04? Seeing no one new, Julian?
Yeah, and also because of the need to move the salt shed to the new location, I believe, and you can correct me on this, town manager, that the current salt shed looks like it's about ready to fall over on its own. So we don't know how long that will last if we don't do it.
I would like to defer to Dan. He's been here, the highway supervisor, for over 30 years. He probably was around when they constructed it. He can tell you how big it is. He can tell you all the problems that he encounters daily.
Dan Gallatin, highway supervisor. The current salt storage is actually twofold. We have an existing building, existing lean-to, if you would. It is a pole style with a roof on it that's, I think we repaired the roof probably 3 times, probably in the last 15, 20 years. It probably holds, between the two of them, it probably holds 350 tons. There's a good portion of that material that's exposed to the rain. So, you know, obviously it rains, it washes out and goes down off to the landfill, and who knows where it goes from there. The other problem that we're having right now is when the salt gets wet and then it gets cold, we have big chunks that form. So we got to take those chunks, pull them out, run over them, smush them, whatever we got to do, and then be able to use that salt to load the trucks. That takes time, takes equipment. Obviously, when you pull it out, you're now exposing it to the weather once again. So, as Mr. Moore had said, this has been a conversation that's been going on since I started with the town 33 years ago. And we've had numerous problems in the past where we've had such a shortage of salt, whether you think we use too much or we don't. We've had issues where we didn't have any, or we potentially couldn't have any. And when you have one resource to deal with snow and ice removal and you don't have that resource any longer, it becomes a problem. So I've said it at budget committees, I've said it at selectmen, I'm actually ordering the salt as I'm driving down the road putting it down. And that's a concern, absolutely a concern, because there's a turnaround time of 3, 4, 5 days in order to get a load of salt that you ordered delivered. And the facility that we have right now, we physically have to either be there or they can only drop off 2 or 3 loads and then we have to push it in and then they can drop off some more. So operationally, it's a big concern of mine. It has been for years. And, you know, the other thing you got to keep in mind, the comment was made earlier that we had a surplus of $250,000 in a 2019 budget. Salt doesn't go bad. If you have $250,000 and you can invest some of that $250,000 in salt, then the cost or the possibility of reducing your budget from $70,000 to $55,000 is a real possibility, because you have the resource, you have the salt, and you could possibly reduce it to even lower than that, depending on what you actually have for storage. So, I think the facility that we have right now, is it going to fall in tomorrow? I don't know. Is it going to last 5 more years? I doubt it.
Thank you. Mr. Hefner?
Well, we have the highway supervisor up there. I'm just curious,
as far as cost and fluctuating, as opposed to buying it in the summer, as opposed to what you explained in the middle of the storm? Is there a big difference in the price, or?
Realistically, the price that we assign, the town of Plaistow, through the cooperation with there's 3 major salt companies that we buy our salt from. 2 of the 3 allow the town of Plaistow to piggyback on what we call the state bid price. And that bid is obviously negotiated through these companies to provide the state of New Hampshire DOT their salt. 2 out of the 3 allow the town to jump on that price, which is a good thing. That price runs from early fall, we'll say September, and it's good through June 30th. And then they start negotiating once again. So the town, historically, the salt's gone up as much as $14 a ton, or it's gone down as much as $6 a ton. In the last few years, it's gone down a quarter, or it stayed the same, but we have no control over that. So if the town has an opportunity to purchase this salt, March, April, whenever we can utilize 2019, 2020's price, buy our salt, store it, and we have it, versus taking the risk of it going up $5 a ton, $10 a ton. Granted, you also have the opportunity for it to go down, but believe me, I've seen it go up way more than I've seen it go down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Stay there, Dan. So the way I listen, the town is buying their salt through the state regulated price, or the price the state negotiates with the salt supplier, and then the town gets on like a pool, so they can commit to the. Say it again then.
No, the town doesn't get into a pool. We recognize that the company that supplies us the salt will recognize the town as an entity to be able to buy it at state price.
Okay, so
we don't commit to nothing. We give them a rough estimate of how many tons you think we're going to use, and to be honest with you, I'll tell 2 out of the 3 that I'm going to use 1,500 tons a year. That's just so that I have an avenue to purchase salt when I think I'm going to run out.
So within that window of time that you have the price to work with, the price doesn't change. You're working on the state's price.
Correct.
So what you're trying to do is to work with the state set price as long as you can.
Through June 30th. I tried to do it later than that last year. With Mark's permission, I tried to negotiate with the salt company to see if I could purchase more salt, because we, as you've recognized, the budget for the salt was under.
Mm-hmm.
And my theory was, like I mentioned earlier, if I can purchase that salt without the risk of it going up and store it, and I was going to utilize the old highway garage to store the salt, then the town could have benefited. They wouldn't let us do it. They wouldn't let us do it based on the fact that they would have to negotiate through the state, and the state wasn't ready to negotiate their price.
So the price you pay per delivery only changes once. It's when that state price changes. When you buy it during the winter or during the summer or whatever, there's a 2 window. You get
There's a window that you can't order salt in.
Right. There's the price you can work with for a certain amount of time, and then after that you have to work with another price. When you in the middle of the winter, it doesn't matter if it doesn't vary week per week, is what I'm saying, a storm per storm.
The only caveat to that is if there is a shortage of salt.
Right, I've heard of that, yeah.
The price is unlimited.
Mm-hmm.
I've had salt delivered out of Portland, Maine, and it went from, we'll say, $40 a ton to $65 a ton. Supply and demand, we all know how that works, and when you need the salt, and then a couple years ago we had an issue where the south people were having storms. Well, ships that were delivering our salt to New England took a detour, so now the New England shortage of salt became my issue. I mean, the weather in Atlanta, Georgia became my issue in Plaistow because my salt was going to Atlanta, Georgia. Well,
yeah, I'm familiar how it
it's
works.
very difficult to stand and to do your job when you're limited to what your resources are. And the salt being exposed to the weather is,
we all are.
we supply water to 2 homes on Old County Road.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
I just want to make sure I understand. There's not a lot. We discussed details like Jim Unger. I like to get the details. Just to clarify, it's $350,000 we're asked to take out of the unassigned fund. 65 is that the number for the panels, solar panels?
Between 65 and 68, we were quoted.
Okay, so the rest of it would be the salt shed itself? And the
That's
salt
correct.
shed is 40 by, what was it?
40 by 60,
40 by 60. And how much salt can be stored in that salt shed?
1,500 yards,
And how much can be stored in our current salt shed?
250 to 300.
So it's a significant increase. And how much do we use per year?
It varies.
It averages right around between 1,100. Last year was a lot less.
So this should be more than the full year amount. So you'd be able to store about a year's or more than a year's worth. So it should create some savings. The last question I have is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So from what Dan answered and what Mr. Peck is asking, you should be able to deduct that if you had 1,500 yards capability to store in a closed environment, out of the weather, safe from leaching away, you have enough for a whole season, which goes back to the ability to purchase it, store it, and
Right.
not become victim to a shortage of salt.
I was just trying to understand that. We're talking about buying it. You could store a whole year. I guess that was my last question. I forgot it. Never mind. I think I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Who's motion?
Peter?
To piggyback on that question, Jim, how much would we save a year by building a $350,000 salt shed?
I don't know who can answer that price, because I heard that someone say, our director say the price changes, so I guess it's going to depend.
How much would we save?
Someone want to estimate that? Dan, do you want to estimate what you might save by being able to order 5 times more of the salt at one shot?
I have no idea.
I think that's one of the numbers that would have been nice to know, so that we could amortize the cost of the salt shed.
The cost fluctuates. The cost fluctuates. Last year went down a quarter. So for me to be able to predict how many years it would take for salt savings to pay $350,000 on a salt shed, I would not be able to give you the right answer.
Mr. Manager?
You know, I come to these meetings and try to be as prepared as I can, but I can never anticipate a question somebody's going to ask me. So if anybody in the future has a specific question they want to bring up at deliberative session, they could always forward that question to me before deliberative session. I could have that answer.
I'm back to P20-04. Any further discussion on P20-04? Yes.
Just one question is...
Can you come up to the mic, give your name and address, please?
Douglas Matatius, 3 Village Way. Is there any kind of environmental impact that would necessitate this building of this shed? Would it help the environment?
Let the town manager answer that.
So I'd like to draw a parallel from what we currently have to what we're proposing to build. The current shed is a liability in its current form because the salt is leaching onto other people's property and into the current landfill site. That is going to be a problem that needs to be mitigated, whether the state forces us or not. We've already got neighbors that have wells that are contaminated from our salt leaching currently. The new facility would have dry storage inside of a building on a paved surface that would not leach out onto the environment. It's totally contained, no leaching. So we go from leaching, what we currently have, to non-leaching. So the answer is the new shed would have no impact on the environment.
I don't see anyone at the mic. Since there's no motion to amend, Article P2004 will appear on the warrant as written. Moving on, contingency fund.
Mr. Moderator, I make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Articles P2003 and P2004.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second to restrict reconsideration on 2003 and 2004. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstains? The ayes have it. Thank you. Contingency fund. Article P-2005. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $80,000 for unanticipated expenses that may arise during the course of the 2020 fiscal year, with said funds to come from the general fund unassigned fund balance. Any appropriation left in the contingency fund at the end of the year will lapse to the general fund unassigned fund balance. A majority vote is required. Total appropriation $80,000. Withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance $80,000. No amount to be raised by new taxation, 0. Balance in the general fund unassigned fund balance as of December 31st, 2019, plus or minus $2,650,000. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 4-0-0. The Budget Committee's vote, 4-5-0. Do I have a motion to place this on the warrant as written?
Make that motion, Mr. Moderator.
Made by Greg. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second, thank you. I think she knows your name. Discussion, I have Francine Hart's going to lead us.
Yes. This is another tool in the Select Board's toolbox to address emergency funds, and I believe our town manager has spoken about that in several items during the course of this discussion. This was created 2 years ago. We used it quite heavily the first year, and we used some of it this past year as well. And I want to also make sure that people understand that if we do not spend all of this money, it does go back into the general fund. So every year we have to go to the voters and request that we have this contingency fund, but it's like another sort of plan B for us to address issues that we cannot foresee addressing within the confines of the budget.
Thank you. Any further discussion on P2005? Hearing no discussion, no one at the mics. P2005 will appear on the warrant as written. I have a motion from Maxine to restrict reconsideration.
Second the motion.
We got a second by Greg Talion. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstain, the ayes have it. Restricted. Moving on, Pollard Road Culvert Repair. Article P2006. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $90,000 for the repair of the Pollard Road Culvert. The funds will be withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance. Majority vote required. Total appropriation $90,000. Withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance $90,000. No amount to be raised by new taxation, 0. Balance in general fund unassigned fund balance as of 12/31/19 plus or minus $2,650,000. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 4-0-0, and the Budget Committee, 9-0-0. I have a motion to place this on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Made by Greg Talion. I have a second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Heffernan. I believe Francine Hart will speak on this also.
Yes, this is another case of kicking the can down the road. This has been an issue in our town for at least 10 years. We are hopefully finally going to be able to address it this year. Under Mark's direction and leadership, we received an ARM grant for approximately 47% of the cost to repair this culvert. We have already put in approximately $47,000 worth of engineering fees into this. So the balance that we need to contribute to from the town is about $90,000. This will address an issue that has been problematic. As I said, for 10 years, it's a safety hazard in the wintertime. And, you know, this is part of our cleaning up our long-term projects that were kind of left by the wayside.
Thank you. Yes?
I'd like to just comment and add to what Francine just said about kicking the can down the road. This is one place where probably rarely happens, where kicking the can down the road saved us a lot of money. Previous administrations tried to spend quite a bit of money to do this same repair, quite a bit more money than what is being allocated now, and because of that, other resources were sought to try and fund it, and it happened to work this time.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Not the budget, not the selectmen, nobody at the mic. So, hearing no more discussion, P2006 will appear on the warrant as written.
I make a motion to restrict consideration for Article P2006.
Motion to reconstrict. I have a second by Julian. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. Abstain. The ayes have it. Next article, Highway Department Equipment Truck Bed. Article P-20-07. To see if the town shall vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 for the replacement of a Highway Department truck bed, with said funds to come from the Highway Department Equipment Expendable Trust Fund. Majority vote required. Total appropriation $50,000. Withdrawal from the Expendable Trust Fund Highway Department Equipment $50,000. No amount to be raised by new taxation, 0. The balance in the Expendable Trust Fund Highway Department Equipment as of 12/31/19 plus or minus $206,988. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 400 and the Budget Committee 900. Motion to place this on the warrant is written.
So moved.
Made by Greg.
Seconded.
By Julian. Julian, I believe you're going to speak on it.
Yeah, this is an easy one. This is kind of common sense. A lot of things we've been doing lately. This is just, if you have a part of a vehicle that's rusted out or something, when the rest of the vehicle is 100% a good working vehicle, and it costs $50,000 just to replace all the rusted part, which is the truck bed, versus buying a whole new vehicle for $200,000, it just makes common sense to do that. There's nothing else you can say about that.
Okay. Yes. Sam.
I'd like to just reiterate where's my words? I'm for this big time. This is a real good savings of money. If anyone seen me around town and knows me and knows what I drive, everything's old. There's a reason. The old trucks, especially, are much, much cheaper to maintain. A brand new truck or any brand new vehicle, if anyone's owned anything that's 20 years old as opposed to something brand new, knows they're extremely temperamental. Electronics are no different in new trucks. New trucks are a nightmare. And the environment that this truck lives in is not an environment that an electronic system should be present in. They're in salt, they're in water, they're in cold. They just don't perform like they should. I personally believe that we'll get at least double the time out of the same cab and chassis by replacing this body on the back, and it's a very, very good investment in my opinion.
Thank you, Sam. Anyone else to speak? I see nobody at the mic. So, Article P-2007 will appear on the warrant as written.
I make a motion to restrict consideration for Article P-2007.
A motion to reconstrict. Need a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Julian. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed nay. Abstains. The ayes have it. Moving on. Highway Department Equipment Forklift. Article P-2008. To see if the town shall vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 for the purchase of a Highway Department forklift. $15,000 will be withdrawn from the Highway Department Equipment Expendable Trust Fund, with the balance coming from the road impact fees, SRF. Majority vote required. Total appropriation withdrawn from the Expendable Trust Fund Highway Department Equipment, $15,000. The total appropriation was $25,000. Withdrawn from the Road Impact Fees Special Revenue Fund, $10,000. No amount to be raised by new taxation, 0. Balance in Expendable Trust Fund Highway Department Equipment as of 12/31/19 plus or minus $206,988. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 400 and the Budget Committee 900. Motion to place this on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Made by Greg, second.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Julian. Julian, I believe you're speaking to this also.
I got another easy one here. Well, the new highway garage has a mezzanine, which is used for storage of equipment, which will be used to store equipment for the water department. Also, it's where we're also planning on storing all the documentation, etc. It's, I don't know how much, 20 feet up, 15, 20 feet?
12 feet.
12 feet. It's 12 feet up. I guess I got short. And we need to be able to move large, heavy items up, and there's no way to do it without a forklift. We could rent the forklift, but then it would cost even more than owning the forklift. So instead of actually leasing a forklift whenever you need it, yeah, we're just going to get the forklift so it could be used, and it'll be there at the highway garage whenever needed. And I'm assuming if we need it anywhere else in town, it can be used there as well.
Sam, speak on that.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this motion, and I'm going to assume for $25,000 it's a used machine, and it's a pretty good deal, and if our town manager has his reputation behind him, he's going to get us a good deal on a used machine instead of a new machine, which probably would be about $100,000 more than that.
We'll have the town manager tell us if it's going to be used or new.
It's going to be brand new.
Is it a Tonka or a real one?
I didn't hear the question.
A Tonka toy or a real one?
Tonka toy.
Oh, this is a real forklift, okay.
Good job.
So I guess he did a good job. Any more discussion on this article? Here, are you to speak on the article? Okay, thank you, Chief. So, having no discussion, this will appear on the warrant as written.
Make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article P 20-08.
Motion to reconstrict. For a second? Second. Julian seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. Abstains. Ayes have it. Restricted. Next article, Capital Reserve Fund Deposit Fire Department Apparatus. Article P-20-09, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to the Fire Department Apparatus Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Majority vote required. The total appropriation is $100,000. Balance in Fire Department Apparatus Capital Reserve Fund as of 12/31/19 plus or minus $236,898. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 400, and the Budget Committee, 900. Motion to put this on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Made by Greg. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Heffernan. Julian, you have another reason.
Yeah, I'm always proud to present the warrant article for our good fire department. As we all know, the fire department equipment, trucks, vehicle, because of the way things are for manufacturers, very expensive. And we have to make sure we get the good equipment because it does impact the lives and safety of our first responders as well as the people that are being helped when the emergency does occur. Because the equipment is so expensive, we have to put away a little money every year so that we don't get hit with the $500,000 purchase of a truck or whatever, because they do cost that much. So we basically, with the capital improvement program, we put that little aside every year so that when the time comes to replace or repair, it's there. So we don't have to suddenly raise your taxes for a huge amount. That's pretty much it.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak on this article? Don't see anyone at the mic. So, Article P-2009 will appear on the warrant as written.
I make a motion to restrict reconsideration for Article P-20-09.
Thank you. I have a motion to restrict reconsideration. Looking for a second.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Julian. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. Abstains. The ayes have it. Restricted. Moving on. Capital Reserve Fund Deposit Fire Department Radio Fund. Article P-20-10. To see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be added to the Fire Department Radio Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $15,000. Balance in Fire Department Radio Fund as of December 31, 2019, plus or minus $15,809. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 400, and the Budget Committee, 540. Motion to place this article
So
on
moved.
the warrant as written. Thank you, Greg. Second? Second. Seconded by the former fire chief. Thank you. Julian, you're going to speak to this article?
Yes, I am. There's not much to say except that this is, again, you have to put the money aside to make the purchases. The radio, without communications, their operations for emergency response would be a total failure. They have approximately 37 radios at approximately $5,000 a piece right now. They're mounted in vehicles at an approximate cost of $8,000 a piece. It would cost about $281,000 to replace. And $15,000 is a small amount in that large picture to put the funds in there for when they're needed, so we don't have to make that huge purchase at the time. That's it.
Thank you, Julian. And
every year.
I wonder, I, as the moderator, don't normally make motions or recommendations, but I wonder if anybody might want to recommend that, for sake of clarity for those that aren't here and go to the polls, that in the article, the FD be replaced with fire department.
We have to write that out.
I can't make that motion unless you're all happy with FD.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Mr. Moderator, I make a motion that we change the wording of the article to remove the FD and replace that with fire department, so that the article would read, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be added to the fire department radio capital reserve fund previously established, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Second the motion.
I'm sure you're going to write that down, put your name on it. Is there any discussion for that? Hearing none, those in favor of that motion, just to replace FD with fire department, make it clear to the voters. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstained? Ayes have it. We're going to wait a second while our clerk writes her motion, because she has to keep track of all the other motions.
Who seconded it? I did. Thank you, Greg.
Is there any, while she's writing her motion, any further discussion on this article? I don't see anyone approaching the mic, so we'll let Martha finish writing her motion before we move on, or have a motion to reconstruct. Okay, Martha's done. Hearing no more amendments or no more discussion, P 20-10 will appear on the warrant as written.
Make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Articles P 20-10.
So we have a motion to restrict reconsideration. We have a second?
I second it.
Seconded by John Glenn. Any discussion? It should be the article as amended, taking the FD out and putting fire department. So all in favor of the article being restricted, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstained, the ayes have it. So the article as amended will appear on the warrant. Capital Reserve Fund Deposit Building System. Article P-20-11. To see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $28,000 to be added to the Building Systems Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Majority vote required. Total appropriation $28,000. Balance in the Building Systems Fund as of 12/31/19 plus or minus $15,347. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 400. The Budget Committee 360. I have a motion to place this article on the warrant as
So
written.
moved.
Made by Greg. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, the clerk has it. So made and seconded. Julian, another article for you to speak on.
Yeah, this is a unanticipated type of emergency type repair fund. We've basically used this in the past before. Like, for instance, you couldn't anticipate that suddenly the town hall's well would fail. So guess what? We had to re-drill a new well, which is very expensive. I think that happened this year also, this past year, is the heating system in the library failed. So we had to replace that. That was also unanticipated. That's what this funds are for. And it is restricted to buildings and building systems.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Any further discussion on this article? Seeing no one at the mic, this article will appear on the warrant as written.
I make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article P 20-11.
Motion to reconstruct consideration. Second motion. Seconded by John Glenn. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstained. The ayes have it. Restricted. Capital Reserve Fund Deposit Energy. Article P-20-12. See if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be added to the Energy Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $25,000. Balance in Energy Fund as of 12/31/19, plus or minus $59,856. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 400. Budget Committee, 180. Motion to put this on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Made by Greg, seconded. Seconded by John. And Greg, you're going to speak on that.
Yes. So this is basically a capital investment plan payment to put into a fund so that when we do have a energy type project, for example, putting on solar panels on the public garage, or taking care of LED lights in the safety complex, or whatever we basically find where we can save money by improving the technology of the devices that we use, we will then have enough money to be able to actually do that. Right now, the amount is $59,000. Some of these projects can go into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we're basically trying to build this fund up so that when we get a good project that we can save the town money, we will be able to have the funds to be able to propose it to you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this article? People jumping up?
John McCardle, 12 Meadowview Drive. Just a point of clarification. This capital fund, who is the spending authority? Is it Board of Selectmen or is it by vote of the town?
The Board of Selectmen.
Mr. Kiska?
Yes, I just want to add more history to the use of this fund in the past. As an example, we did contribute to converting all the lighting at the library, as Mr. Peck knows, to LED technology. They were anticipated that it would save $8,000 a year on their electric bill, and then we found out in the first year they actually saved around $12,000 a year on the electric bill. So it is money that pays back rather soon, as it would in your home, but the projects of the town just are much larger. There are some projects that need to be done in the future as well. So, and like Mr. Talon said, some of these projects are rather pricey to get done initially. So,
thank you.
Hi, Barbara Kishka, Mayor AF. What is the annual spend for public safety complex electric bill?
I'm guessing a general ballpark of about $48,000.
I'd like to speak in favor of this. I think this is one of the smartest things the town can do. If you get a payback like the library got, this is going to be a no-brainer. I mean, we got like unbelievable payback with LED. LED is the way to go. Not only that, but we have an obligation to help out with, whether you believe it or not, global warming. We need to do alternate sources. So I think this should be more. I'm not going to propose it, but $25,000, we're going to get the payback. This is a no-brainer.
Thank you, Jim. Anyone else to speak?
and I believe
Mr. Kiska?
one of the things, we actually have something in the works right now, which it doesn't really say here, is we are now looking at converting the town hall at this point with the money that's in this account right now. So that is going to be spent down also this year on that, and that project alone, which is already in the process.
Thank you. Any more? The mic? No? Further discussion? Seeing none, Article P-20-12 will appear on the warrant as written.
I'll make a motion to restrict reconsideration for Article P-20-12.
Motion from Greg to restrict. Seconded by John. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstains. Ayes have it. Restricted. Next article, citizen petition, SOROC donation. Article P-20-13, on petition of 25 or more registered voters, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $7,729, $1 per person, based on the population numbers provided in the 2017 Census American Community Survey to support the substance abuse prevention, suicide prevention, and community wellness services of the SOROC Coalition for Healthy Youth. SOROC's work promotes wellness and nurtures resiliency for the children, youth, and families of Plaistow, as well as surrounding communities. SOROC works through coordinating community education, programming, and resources, and collaborating with federal and state agencies to help direct additional resources to the town they serve. Total appropriation, $7,729. The recommendation of the Board of Selectmen was 040. The Budget Committee, 090. Have a motion to place this on the
So
warrant as
moved.
written? By Greg.
So moved.
Thank you, Greg. You have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Julian. We have discussion on this. I believe
Yes.
Greg will start, and I know there are some people from SOROC that wish to speak. But
So
Greg
this is
first.
a citizen's petition, which means that the person got 25 signatures from people within the town, came to the Board of Selectmen and presented this petition. And we basically can't change anything in the petition due to RSA rules, but when we evaluated this, we had some concerns. One of the concerns was all human service organizations, no matter all the good that they do, always go through the town, and then our Human Services Department evaluates them and does some research on the organization, and most importantly, determines how many Plaistow residents that organization is actually supporting. And then once they are approved, then they'll be put into the Human Services budget. This case, all the $7,729 would go directly to the organization. There's no promise whatsoever that any of it would be spent within Plaistow. So we're not against the organization. What we would like them to do is come back to the town and go through the normal process that all other human service organizations do.
Thank you, Greg. I believe someone from SOROC wished to speak. Can you just give us your name and where you live?
Sure. Kelly Bennett. I'm actually an East Hampstead resident, but I have worked in Plaistow for the past 14 years. I've been a member of SOROC for probably 15 years or so. One of the things that we do is we serve 8 towns. One of the reasons that we've not come before the town before, and we're learning the process in all of the 8 towns, is because we are grant funded. We have had the pleasure of being funded from a drug-free communities grant. We were in competition from coalitions from around the country. We've been awarded that grant twice. You are only allowed to get that grant twice. So now we're looking to the communities for our support. Why we need that support is for our coalition coordinator. We've got a number of people, we've got a number of in-kind donations that we're able to work with. However, our coordinator is that paid position that we need to coordinate all of our 8 towns. It is difficult to put an exact number on per person served in Plaistow because we can't. We are partnered with the school district, so you can take that population. We have done many parent forums around substance misuse, around suicide prevention, around bullying. The amount of dollars that we're able to actually bring into the community from the grants that we're able to write has been in the millions over the past 10 years. And we're able to work with all of the communities, so it's not just one. In losing potentially our coalition coordinator, it means that all of that work that we've been able to move forward, we're not sure where it goes. We still, certainly, we're not one funding stream, but we are looking to the towns to sort of help us. We've, that permanent drug box that you have at the Plaistow Police Station is because the Lions Club came to us and said, we would like to do something, what can we do? Our coordinator worked with the police and with the Lions to get that there. We've been able to scoop up millions of, pills off the street. We know that we're in an epidemic here. We've also been able to take some of the folks who are raising grandkids where this has affected them and offer them support. We're able to do leadership and prevention work with the schools. We're able to talk with college-age kids around what do we need to do for safety, planning for colleges. We're also able to go in to do elderly prevention. We have campaigns that work with doctors' offices around attention athletes. If you get hurt, what are we doing with the medication to help your injury? So it is hard to capture that in a resident number because that is community-wide.
but we are here all the time. I just wanted to, we're grateful to even, have the citizens petition. I want to speak to the good work that we do. We're not going to stop, but every dollar in our minds helps. It is significant. It's the make or break between how we're able to coordinate all of these things out to our towns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Someone else to speak?
Eileen Doobie, Buckthorn Road, Plaistow. I don't dare touch it. I'm going to try.
It's outside. You're good.
I'm good? Okay. Don't move it. So I just want to support Rock. They do amazing work. I had the good fortune, I want to think it was about maybe a year ago, they offered a program up in Kingston. Again, a community, like multiple communities kind of program. Difficult to tie to an individual community benefit. The really solid data-based education of people who wanted to be there and learn more about what are the effects of substance abuse, what are the impacts of some of the things that are being considered on a legislative basis and so forth. So understanding the challenges and you want to have a solid return on investment kind of idea around it. Sometimes the most important things that happen in our communities don't have an ROI that you can quantitate. And I think protecting our families, especially our children, is a very worthwhile and relatively small cost in the concept of what we're talking about here. So I just wanted to stand and support their work, because I've had personal experience with it. Their coordinator actually ran that whole educational evening. It went well past what it was supposed to because it was so well done. People had a lot of questions. So it was really, really worthwhile. I just wanted to speak for them.
Kate Sherman DeRoche, 20 Sunrise Terrace. I'd like to ask the boards, you made some votes that are on writing. Did SoRock come in and do any type of presentations for you before those were made? Is there anybody that would like to answer for me?
What, Francine, answer that?
Yes, I believe I can answer that. Yes, they requested to be present at one of our boards, and they did make a presentation to us. However, we were not aware of the citizens petition until well after the presentation was made, and I believe the citizens petition was dropped off to our town manager. So we were not aware of that process that they went through. It probably should have come to the board up front with the citizens petition, and it may have had a different outcome.
Okay.
We did not get a presentation on the budget committee.
Sorry, as the budget committee, we did not get a presentation.
Okay.
And I was always under the understanding it went through HR and not just the budget committee.
Okay. I just would like to reiterate that Kelly made it sound they're new to the process, and they shouldn't be penalized for not knowing the process. They're working on 8 different towns. They're trying to make it work for all. So even though they didn't follow ours, seeing the votes that you made and as in writing it's gonna impact them, and it's gonna impact the voters. So I would ask that you would think about that. I know you're gonna go back and have some time, and maybe that might be one that you might look at again, because it really is something that's needed in this town, in this area. We see the news, you see the things that are going on, and this is some prevention that can be used for our kids. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sherman?
Well spoken. First of all, God bless these people for the work that they're doing. I think that's what we all feel. The one question I have is, did they fill out an application? Because over the years, we've received different pieces of information from different groups, so we designed a form that would be an application for any human services group. Did they fill an application? And if not, did someone suggest that's what you need to do?
Somebody like Greg?
So I did discuss with Laurie Sidowich about this. Nobody contacted her. When I talked to her about it, it was the very first time that she had heard about it. And again, it was not a process where they came and said, how do we get into the process? The board would have been happy to direct them to Laurie, so that would have been accomplished. We didn't even know they were doing a motion, as Francine mentioned. So I want to be very, very clear. I think the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen are absolutely happy with the work that they are doing. It's just trying to be fair to all the other human service organizations that we support. The amount of money that we use to support them is very close to what this what this budget is. So basically, if they had gone through the process, I think it would have gone right through.
Yeah, the application covers a lot of things that we want to know that we're probably asking ourselves, like what other sources of funding do you have? What kind of area do you serve? How long have you been in existence? All those kinds of things, which would then go to human resources to be evaluated and then go to the selectmen. So I hope somebody got back to them with what they should do in order to get funding next year.
Thank you, John. Anyone new before the representative wants to talk? No? Go ahead.
On behalf of SORAC, we did have some conversations and we were told about the citizens petition. We did fill out an application in Newton, so doing that process is not something that is a far stretch for us. Again, I understand we're looking at 8 towns and doing things. I'm passionate about this, so we are happy to go wherever we need to go. We have lots of funding streams that we'll pursue, and we can take all monies that we certainly can. It probably won't be the last that you see of us. We certainly are glad to hear if at least in our, what we do, that we have your support. We certainly, we were led to believe that we needed to do the 25 signatures, which we did have in on time. So just for the record, thank you.
Any further discussion on this article?
After deliberative session, we're meeting, right? So with that information, I'm going to ask to revote this from the Budget Committee's perspective.
Not hear him at all. Didn't hear any words at all.
Oh, he said the Budget Committee, remember, the Budget and the Board of Selectmen will revisit all the articles after this meeting and decide if they're going to adopt or change their recommendations. They can do that at their called meeting. So the Budget Committee may review that, the Selectmen may review that, so the the results may change. May. They have that option to do that. Dennis?
Is there any chance we could hear from Laurie on as far as the process and if anybody did come forward on the process? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but your name did come up on several occasions, so.
Thank you. Lori Sadowitz, 4 Pineview Ave, your Human Service Coordinator as well. Historically, when a new agency has come forward looking for funding, the initial year it is put before the voters for approval. And part of that, to make it get to the warrant for approval, is the application process. Usually, there is a letter of introduction that comes both to the Board of Selectmen and to the Human Service Department asking that they be included as a warrant article. With that being said, we've had agencies like the American Red Cross in the past that have come forward, done a presentation, and the board votes whether to include that on the warrant. So that process didn't happen. It is on the warrant as a citizen's petition. Perhaps if it does get approved, then it's included in the budget with the presentation every year and as part of the operating budget. With that being said, each year I address the agencies that we currently support and ask them to submit their annual financials and the application, just to be clear that the funding is going forward, that we don't have an agency that no longer provides a service that doesn't require our funding going forward.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Another question. I'm unclear as to where this money comes from. Is it going to be from the operating budget? Is it going to increase the operating budget? Or is it going to, where's the money coming from?
It's going to increase the operating budget.
Will increase the operating budget?
It's a special warrant article.
It's a special warrant article that will increase the operating budget. And so the operating budget, which line item typically has these, so I can see how much we've spent?
Human Services.
Human Services, 42,000 or something? I think I see there.
There's a separate line for each agency.
Human Services.
Okay, so we'd be adding 7,000 to 40.
41,000, yeah.
Yeah, so it would be that increase. So that original budget of 40 or whatever, it doesn't include any leeway to fund this. It's already committed for other uses, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this is an addition of 7,000 to bring it to 49,000. Thank you.
Right?
Jim? So this is a warrant article that, the warrant article, we would have to raise $7,000 to pay this warrant article. And then next year it would be included in the budget.
Right, it's going to go
We
in the
would
operating
require that
It's
they
just an
would.
unusual animal because of the citizen petition adding to the operating.
Right, so we would basically probably require or suggest very strongly that they work with Laurie before that happens, so that
Right.
when next year's budget is proposed, they could be included in that
But
process.
the selectmen have already gone through a process on the 42,000. You already know what.
And that
to
doesn't
spend.
include this.
So now you're going to decide whether you want to add another. How many things in that 42 are we talking about? Groups are we talking about? Is it a lot or is it just a few?
Well, in your handout, you have the individual lines.
Oh, yeah, there was a, okay.
This one here,
Yeah.
and it will show you all the
Maxine
individual.
tells me there's about 10
Yeah.
agencies that are
10
being
agencies,
funded.
so this would be adding an 11th for 7,000.
For next year.
For next year. For this year, it's just a special warrant article.
Right.
Got it.
Any other questions? Dennis?
Actually, to that point, that budget was at 41,723, and it was actually down 639 this year, so.
Any other discussion? Hearing no further discussion and no motions to amend, Article P-20-13 will appear on the warrant as written.
Make a motion to restrict reconsideration for Article P 2013.
The motion to reconstruct?
I'll second it.
Got it seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Yes, sir.
Just a point of order, sir, Mr. Moderator. You keep saying reconstruct.
Restrict to reconsideration.
Yes,
Sorry.
It is restricted.
Restrict.
That's a Steve thing.
You might have thought I was from Kentucky or Tennessee.
Do it twice.
So I don't hear any further comments, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstained, restricted. Next article, Capital Reserve Fund Deposit, Transportation, Article P-20-14. To see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be added to the Transportation Infrastructure Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $25,000. Balance in Transportation Infrastructure Fund as of 12/31/19, plus or minus $34,809. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 4-0-0. The Budget Committee vote, 3-6-0. I have a motion to place this on the warrant as
So
written.
moved.
Made by Greg. I heard a second. Seconded by Jay. I believe, Greg, you're going to speak to this.
Yes. So this motion is, again, another fund that we are putting money aside. It covers projects like improvements, sidewalks, drainage improvements, hazard mitigation projects that are identified in the town's hazard mitigation plan. The Board of Selectmen are the fiscal agents for this, and the fund right now is in an interest-bearing account, and this fund is also part of the capital equipment program approved by the Planning Board.
Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? Hearing none, seeing no one in line, Article P-2014 will appear on the warrant as written.
Make a motion to restrict reconsideration for Article P-20-14.
A motion? Do I have a second? Second by John. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Ayes have it. Moving on. Create and deposit to Information Technology Fund, Article P-20-15. To see if the town shall vote to establish and Information Technology Capital Reserve Fund under the provisions of RSA 35:1 for the purpose of funding equipment and software updates for all the town's computerized systems as needed in the future, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be placed in this fund. Further, to name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend from said fund. Majority vote required, total appropriation $15,000. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 4-0-0, and the Budget Committee's vote 4-5-0. Motion to place this on the warrant is written. Made by Greg. Julian, you're going to nod your head?
Second.
I have a second by Julian. And I think Greg will speak on this.
Yes. So, like all things, information technology is another area that we are investing in. We will rely on it more and more, not just for our office computers, but also for servers, which basically allow us to share information among the employees of the town, in some cases to the general public. So information that is either dispersed through our website or through the assessing office, where any citizen can come up and be able to see information about the assessment. All these things require computer gear to be able to do that. Again, the technology is very, very fast. In 3 to 5 years, a server could be totally out of date. So we need to be able to put a little bit of money away so that when we have a failure, we can replace that failure, or if a new technology comes about, to be able to save time for the employees of the town so that we can save taxes through the use of technology.
Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion on Article 20-15? Seeing no one at the mic, no hands raised. Article P-20-15 will appear on the warrant as written.
I make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article P-20-15.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Julian. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstains, the ayes have it. Moving on. Funding for permits to fix the cap of the Plaistow landfill. Article P-20-16. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $150,000 to fund the permitting, design, and engineering process for the Plaistow landfill closure to comply with DES regulations. The funds will be withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $150,000, withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance, $150,000. No amount to be raised by new taxation, 0. Balance in general fund unassigned fund balances of 12/31/19 plus or minus $2,650,000. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 4-0-0. Budget Committee vote 3-6-0. Motion to place this on the warrant is
So
written.
moved.
Made by Greg. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by John. I believe, Greg, you'll speak to this article.
Yes. So when our landfill was capped, a large membrane was put over it, and then as the landfill material starts to degrade, it causes the cap to literally sink down. And as it sinks down, we get water collecting, and if the membrane breaks, then we get water seeping through the landfill. So this happens over time. It's a hard thing to even anticipate, but it happens in most landfills. So what we are doing with this is basically setting aside money to pay for all the engineering necessary to determine how to fix the cap more permanently. This is a proactive approach before things get more costly, to actually have to mitigate problems of contamination from our landfill into properties surrounding the landfill.
Thank you. Anyone to speak on this article? We'll let John go first.
John McCardle, Meadowview Drive. I think this is a good idea, being proactive. My only I could have any number of concerns, but the one concern I'm standing here about, when I read the title of it, funding for the permits, it sounds like it's limited to permits. But yet, as I actually read into the article, it does talk about the design and engineering. My opinion, obviously, I think people, when they read the title of an article, that may sway their vote. And I think we may want to be a little bit more clear in what we're actually asking for here, and that is for the funding for the engineering, for the design, for the eventual permitting of the repair.
So what you're suggesting is, instead of permits, replace that with design and engineering?
Something to that effect of what you're
design
actually
and
saying within what you're going to do with the money. It's not just permits. I'd say, holy cow, that's $150,000 for permits. Somebody's making a killing.
Perhaps, Chief, if I could suggest, are you perhaps suggesting that you want to make a motion to put a comma after permitting?
Oh, they're a better motion maker here than me, I know that.
Well, he doesn't want to make that motion.
I'll make a motion that we change the title of this article to funding for design and engineering to fix the cap of the Plaistow landfill.
I would second that motion.
Can we have a second?
I'm trying to see, you are not amending the article, you're amending the heading of the article, and I'm not sure the heading of the article is going to appear on the warrant. Does it?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So can you repeat your motion again and perhaps put it in writing?
So I'll make a motion to remove the word permit in the title of P20-16 and to add the words design and engineering. So now it would say funding for design and engineering to fix the cap of the Plaistow landfill.
Well, I'm going to make a decision which sometimes I don't like to make, but I think, yeah, that would remove a subject matter of permitting from your article, and I see my town manager thinking he agrees with me. We can't remove subject matter topics from the article, which is why I suggested you can add.
Oh, we can add them.
You can add the design and engineering because it's in the article, and I thought to clarify what the chief was saying, if you put a comma after permitting, then everybody will know it's for permitting, designing, and engineering.
So we're adding new subjects?
No, because you have it in your warrant article,
Okay.
design and engineering.
So I'll make a motion that we change the title to funding for permits, comma, design and engineering
Yes.
to fix the cap of the
I would deem that
Plaistow
to be
landfill.
appropriate, in my opinion. The manager agrees with me. You're going to write that down. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Jay seconded it. Jay DeRoche seconded. And now discussion on the amendment. On the amendment. Does the maker want to discuss the amendment after he gets done writing it?
I have a comment on the amendment.
Would you like to discuss the amendment,
Sure.
or is it per se?
Per se, go ahead.
I was coming up here to ask the question exactly what this is, because it says the words permitting, design, and engineering means something to different people. Maybe Mark can elaborate exactly what that means. It sounds like it's the start of something, it's not the completion of something. So how extensive is permitting, design?
Very long, it's a long process to begin with. Before you can do anything to a landfill, you must get the proper permits before you start the work. And before you can get the permits, you must do the design and the engineering to fill out those permits correctly and apply for them. So this is basically kind of like the first phase.
You want to let the town manager also speak?
So on that same day that we have another meeting, on February 18th for the court, I actually have a meeting at 9:30 at New Hampshire DES in Concord. That is a large team of all of our consultants meeting with DES on the permitting. That permitting is exactly what you said, was to go through a whole big permitting application with the design team and the engineers. So you sync them all together. You don't try to design or engineer without the permitting. You start with the permitting, then you design it and engineer it off of the permitting. And that's why I have a meeting scheduled for February 18th. So you are correct.
So what product comes out of it? Just a permit?
No, the permitting will lead to the type of design and the engineering and the plans.
Right.
And then, once that's done, much like the plans in the back of the room, then you go to construction.
Okay, so for the 150,000, we get the permitting, the design, and the engineering, then you move forward.
With the RFP for
Right.
the actual
And
construction.
there will be more cost.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a motion to change the heading, seconded. Discussion on the motion to change the heading.
Well, just Robert Sukas. I noticed when we change the heading, I just need to also clarify, maybe he would like to change his motion. So that also in this, you have a comma after permitting, design, and only reason I'm saying that is because it now reads exactly the way you didn't want the heading to read. If you don't have the commas, it's gonna look the same way on the heading and it can get confusing in your description. So all I'm asking is, maybe we could.
You can't see it, but in his motion, written motion, he put the comma after permits. But if we can handle that motion to do permits, comma, design and engineering in the heading, then we'll go back to Greg and ask him, does he want to amend the main
Okay,
clause?
that works. That's all I'm asking.
All right. So for clarification, the motion is to put a comma after permits in the heading, then put design and engineering to fix the cap. And then we'll go back to the main article and clear that up with the comma that I was trying to have the fire chief help me with. On the motion for the heading. Nothing. Okay, all in favor to change the heading signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstained. The ayes have it. Now do we have another motion?
I'll make a motion to change, or to add a comma after the word permitting in the first sentence of the article.
The motion is to simply add a comma grammatically after the word permitting in the first line of the article. We have a second on that?
Seconded.
Seconded by Julian. Does Peter want to talk on that? No, on the comma? Anyone? No, anyone want to talk about the comma? That's good, I don't hear any comments on the comma. So, oh, you might have one, Max?
Is it an Oxford comma?
It's an Oxford comma, I don't know. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstained, okay. So now we've added a comma, we've put the heading with a comma. Now, any comments on the article as amended? I'll go to Peter first because he's been
I'm not too
itching
good on
to say
commas,
something.
but will the voter's guide have to be changed? Because the voter's guide explanation says the article would fund required permits of the engineering necessary.
It didn't
All it says is
design and
permits.
engineering?
We don't modify the explanation.
Yeah, they don't normally, that's what I was told. He won't go, they won't modify the explanation, but pretty simple. Any other discussion on the article as amended? Mr. Sherman.
Jim, I think I'm ahead of you on trips to the microphone. What the issue is the explanation that's listed here belongs to the selectmen. So if they want to change the explanation, they can do that.
We can do that, right?
This group here, this body here can't change the explanation. It's provided only for informational purposes. Understand, Pete?
Any other discussion on the motion as amended, the article as amended? Hearing none, the article as amended will appear on the warrant. The article as amended will appear.
I'll make a motion to restrict reconsideration for Article P 20-16.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstained. Ayes have it. Julian.
We'll change the explanation.
Treasurer, Article P-20-17. Shall the town vote to appoint a town treasurer pursuant to RSA 41:26-e upon recommendation of the town manager with the approval of the Board of Selectmen. Such appointment is to be made in accordance with RSA 669:17-d. Such appointment shall be made in writing and shall include the compensation to be paid. If approved, the person holding the elected office shall continue to hold such office until the next annual town election following the vote. Majority vote required. Recommendation by the Board of Selectmen, 4-0-0. I have a motion to place this on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Made by Greg. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Julian. Mr. Blinn, I think you're going to speak on that.
Yes, basically what we're doing is the treasurer position is a position that is pretty skilled, so we would like to be able to hire and interview and select who would be the treasurer. That's pretty much it.
Any other discussion on that? Mr. Peck, I guess you have a question.
Sorry. I just want to clarify something that's important to me as a financial guy. This position, as I understand it per RSA, wouldn't report to the town manager. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Can anyone answer that? Who would the appointed treasurer respond to?
So my understanding is they would not report to the town manager, they would report to the Board of Selectmen.
They would report to the Board of
Board of
Selectmen?
Selectmen was the answer.
I don't know if that's correct. I think you should check that because I believe the town auditor and the treasurer don't report to the people. They don't report to anyone. They don't report to selectmen. They report to the people. I just suggest you check it out because to me, the town treasurer and the town auditor are another set of eyes looking over whoever it is. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying it's a good control procedure. And you should check it out and see what the real law is. If it is the selectmen, I stand corrected.
Thank you, Mr. Peck. Any further
Doesn't
discussion?
affect the motion. I just wanted to clarify that. Maybe Mark has something else.
So my understanding is that that's set up in the RSAs when you have an elected person. The elected person doesn't answer to the Board of Selectmen. An appointed person typically reports to the hiring authority. This one here is a hybrid because it's a recommendation by the town manager on a person, but it's upon confirmation by the Board of Selectmen. And to your point about reporting to the town manager, the Board of Selectmen, in your, I think your words were that you didn't think that that would be a separation, segregation of duties. If you look at how the town auditing firm is set up with a contract, that is a contract by the Board of Selectmen to have a outside firm come in and perform an audit and report back to the Board of Selectmen. So I look at the treasurer's position as being the same as that they would be ultimately hired with the approval of the Board of Selectmen and report to the Board of Selectmen as that independence. And I think your question for the viewers might be, well, I don't understand why that person wouldn't report to the town manager, and it's about the segregation of duties, that person would have some independence and report to the Board of Selectmen as a second set of eyes or a third set of eyes, right, which is what you're referring to.
Yeah, but I still think that, in my understanding, and you can clarify this, doesn't report, the treasurer and the auditor don't report to the town manager, but they also don't report to the selectmen. That's just my understanding. I may be wrong. I think you should check it out.
Elected position, not an appointed position.
I'm talking about an appointed position, whatever it is.
No, right now it's elected.
Pardon me?
Right now the treasurer is elected.
I understand that, but...
Tim, can we not have a discussion between the audience? Thank you.
Well, is there an RSA or was there a warrant written at one point to make it an elected position, and does this warrant automatically nullify that possible original warrant, is my question.
I don't go back that far. Maybe somebody here can answer that. The question was, did we have a prior warrant article that put the town treasurer as an elected official? And will this nullify that and overrule it? Oh, where's my historian that always says yes?
I don't know the procedure for
we don't have
eliminating an
records
elected
retention,
position.
so we can't tell.
We'll go with Martha, see what she can remember.
I don't know how you eliminate an elected position.
Right.
You'd have to look at the RSA, and it's 669 : something. I was just in the law book. And it is, I'm not sure if it's considered an optional office. If it's considered an optional office, when I had a discussion with the Secretary of State's office this week about another office, if it was put there by the will of the voters, then it should be taken away by the will of the voters.
I also have a question. If I go back to Article 1, which is unamendable, we're going to be voting, according to this, for a treasurer for 2 years. So I think the question that maybe Mr. Cafiso's raising is, how do we go to the polls and vote for a treasurer in Article 01, and then in Article 17, we're saying no?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, you have an answer for Anthony?
Yeah, I believe there's an answer to that, and it's within the body of the RSA 669:17D. It specifically states that the if this warrant is passed, the treasurer is allowed to complete that fiscal year, and then the following year, it reverts back to an appointed position. So that treasurer, whoever...
Fiscal year or the 2-year term?
No, not the 2-year term, the very next year.
Just a fiscal?
Right.
So the answer seems to be in the RSA's, yes, Mark?
As the filing period ended on yesterday at 5 o'clock, no one had signed up for the office for this year.
Sam?
The place on the ballot will still be there.
Someone
correct?
could get a write-in and they
Right.
would win if they get one vote.
Correct. There's going to be a conflict later on.
Well, it was mentioned that if we read RSA 669, it says, if this passes, then the other person would only serve for 1 year and then it would be appointed.
If this passes, and if someone was to write in, you'd have 2?
I'd have one, according to what I heard from Francine under 669, I don't have the copy in front of me. If Article 20-17 passes, but somebody runs for treasurer, one vote they could win treasurer, then pursuant to RSA 669, their term would not be 2 years, it would be 1 year.
But you'd still have an elected treasurer.
For 1 year.
And the point of this is not to have it.
But you can't just
I
totally
understand,
do
that's
away
what I'm
with it.
saying.
Yeah, you raised a good point about the conflict. So an elected treasurer, I put Sam Cafiso's name, I write it in, maybe
Please
the
don't.
dad's name. And then he wins with one vote. He will serve for 1 year. And then if 17 passes, then the appointment will be made for the...
Mr. Moderator?
You have the law?
Yes, it's right there. You want to read it?
No, read the rest of the warrant article.
The last sentence of the warrant article explains it.
If approved, the person holding the elected office continues to hold office until the next annual town election following the vote. That's what I said, and I was told, no, that would be a 2-year term. All right, 1 year term?
Until the next annual town meeting.
The next annual.
That's
So
what the...
1 year.
Yes.
So we would have an elected treasurer for 1 year, and then you'd go into the appointment process. So somebody could get elected for 1 year, notwithstanding Articles 2017.
Is that the intention
I
to
don't
do
know.
this? Was the intention not to have an elected person this
Selectmen
year?
wish to talk about the intent.
That's my question.
Greg is going to talk on it.
So the reason behind this motion, one of the things we have not mentioned, is that some people have put their names in for treasurer, got elected, came in to start doing the job and realized they didn't want to do the job, or they weren't qualified, or they didn't understand the job. And then they basically said, sorry, I can't do this. So we were without any treasurer until the next election. So that is kind of the purpose behind this. And since we have studied the RSA, I think we protect anybody who did decide to run for this position, that they would be able to have a whole year, and we would validate that and let them serve for that whole year. And then at the end of the year, we would go to this, if this passes, we would go to an appointed. And that way we can appoint somebody who has the skills and is made aware of the job, what the job entails, and what they have to do.
Yeah, I just want to, the reason I stood up here is I haven't fallen down because for lack of eating, but I just wanted to make one other point. I support this. I think we should have a qualified person, and I think it's better to have an appointed person. I just want to make sure the controls are in place, that the person reports to the appropriate person, because the town clerk, for example, doesn't report to the selectmen. I don't believe the town auditor does either. and I don't believe the town treasurer should. I think we should have the appropriate controls in town. That's my only point.
Thank you, Jim.
Mr. Moderator, I'm sure the Board of Selectmen would check with DRA and with NHMA to make with their lawyers to make sure that we are doing this correctly if this thing passes.
Ms. Kiska?
Barbara Kishka, given that we have a new piece of information from the town clerk that nobody signed up to run for treasurer this year, does anybody want to amend this to make the appointment fulfillable this year?
My guess would be, but all these people that have the RSAs in front of them open, we can't change statutory regulation. If the statutory regulation spells this out like it's in the warrant, we can't change it.
All righty, thank you.
So, Mr. Moderator, having had the benefit of looking at the law, and it doesn't address what was just brought up, I would just submit that if nobody does sign up as a write-in candidate, all it's going to mean is that we would have applications and have candidates I could recommend to the board. They could appoint like they could right now if there's a vacancy. So it would happen sooner than later under the RSA.
Just can't change the wording of the article required by statute. So don't write anybody's name in if you want to appoint
I
the
can't control
treasurer.
that.
Even my clerk reminded me, because this sometimes happened, even if you write in Sam Cafiso Sr.'s name as treasurer, they don't have to take the position. I've been written in for a number of positions, and I've said, no, I don't want to serve on that position. So just putting a name in doesn't mean they're going to serve. So, and if nobody voluntarily put in, I don't envision somebody running a write-in campaign. So we'll deal with that, I'm sure, if 17 passes. Any other discussions? I don't see anybody at the mic. So Article P 2017 will appear in the warrant as written.
I make a motion to restrict reconsideration for Article P 20-17 and question to the moderator, did we restrict 16? I don't think so. We did? Okay, good.
Ms. Kishka seconded that motion. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstained. Ayes have it. Moving on. Expendable Trust Fund Highway Department Equipment. Article P-20-18. Shall the town vote to name the Board of Selectmen as agents to the Highway Department Equipment Expendable Trust Fund? This fund was created in 2006 with warrant Article P-24. Majority vote required, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 4-0-0. A vote to place this on the warrant is written. Made by Greg. Do I have a second? Seconded by Jay. John?
I'll be discussing that one.
Oh, Greg's going to discuss that? Maybe we want to discuss the BOS too?
So, on all funds, trust funds, we basically have an agent name that can actually expend it. If we don't have an agent name, then we have to wait until the next town meeting to be able to have anything pulled out of that fund. So for this particular fund, when it was created, they left out the agents. So all we're doing is basically changing this to assign agents to that fund, in this case, the selectmen. And that's one of the reasons why it's only a majority vote required. If we were to change the intent of the fund, then it would have been, I believe, a 2/3 vote or 3/5 votes. But this is only adding agents to it. And the RSA says it's just a majority vote.
I guess my question about letting it stand as is with the initials BOS, I thought maybe like the last article, somebody may want to change it to Board of Selectmen. But maybe not, huh?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you very much, John. So I have a motion and a seconded. I'm sure they'll put it in writing, but I'll waive the writing initially while we write it up. So the motion is to simply expand the acronym BOS to Board of Selectmen, so those that aren't here today and don't watch on TV or cable will understand what BOS means, and they don't have to guess. Your mother. Any discussion about that? Just clarification. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstains? Thank you. The ayes have it. Any further discussion on the article as amended? Hearing none, Article P-20-18 as amended will appear on the warrant.
I make a motion to restrict reconsideration for Article P-20-18.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Seconded by John. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstained? We'll give Martha a moment. Appreciate everybody's patience today and your civility. We're almost done, and while she's writing it up, I will mention that when we finish the P articles, it is our normal procedure and custom here in Plaistow that the zoning articles, since they're non-amendable, we don't discuss them. The planning board had plenty of meetings on the zoning articles, and we don't have the planning board here like the budget committee, so we don't normally discuss them, and we're not planning on doing that today because they also are unamendable. So all the Z articles will appear on the warrant as written. So I'm going to speak slowly because Martha's still writing, but I want to keep us moving. So the next article, Expendable Trust Fund Old Home Day. Article P-20-19. Shall the town vote to create an expendable trust fund under the provisions of RSA 31:19-A for the express purpose of depositing any donations or proceeds from the advertising brochure for Old Home Day. Said fund shall be used exclusively for expenses incurred by the Old Home Day activity, and further to appoint the BOS as agents to expend the fund. Majority vote required. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 4-0-0. Caught up, Martha? Okay, do I have a motion to place this on the warrant as
So
written?
moved.
Made by Greg, do I have a second? Seconded by Julian. John, are you going to speak on this one?
Yep. Yeah, this year, we just want to do a trust fund so that when we, any donations, whether they're solicited or whether they're just given freely, we will put in the trust fund to use for Old Home Day. The brochure, any advertising for old, to be put in the booklet for Old Home Day, all those funds also will be able to be used by the Old Home Day Committee.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this article?
I'm just going to preemptively say we have the same conundrum with the BOS being in the language, so there's going to have to be a motion to...
Oh, I'm glad it's not me this time. Thank you, Maxine. So Maxine is making a motion so that she can write it or copy it, where we just want to replace the anachronism BOS with Board of Selectmen. Because I'm sure somewhere in the world there's some other group with the initials BOS. So she's made a motion to just simply amend this to expand the anachronism BOS to Board of Selectmen. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second that.
We have a second by Greg. Any discussion on that? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstain. Great. Thank you, Maxine. So, any further discussion on the article as amended concerning Old Home Day? Hearing none, no one at the microphone. Article P-20-19 will appear on the warrant as amended.
I make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article P-20-19.
Motion to reconstrict. I have a second.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mr. Blinn. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstained. Ayes have it. Moving on. Town Elderly and Disabled Tax Relief Trust Fund, Article P-20-20. Shall the town vote to establish a town elderly and disabled tax relief expendable trust fund per RSA 31:19-A for the express purpose of depositing any voluntary donations to the fund? Such fund shall be used to defray the real estate taxes of elderly and disabled Plaistow residents of low income. Further, to name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend from said fund. Majority vote required. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 4-0-0. Motion to place this on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Made by Greg. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Kishka. Mr. Blinn, are you speaking on this?
Well, I was going to, but I'm going to turn it over to Julian because he has all the inside information.
Julian.
Wow. Thought you'd like this one.
Can you get the mic? You got the mic?
Well, actually, one of the things about this is we do have exemptions for seniors, et cetera, in our town. The thing with those exemptions is they are funded by taxpayer dollars, so that when people qualify for these exemptions, the rest of us are still making up the taxes. We voted to have those exemptions, and we're happy to help our elderly citizens and citizens in need. But sometimes people don't fit under that umbrella, or some people who are very low income. And what's happened in some other towns, what you've seen, is they actually allow them by law, if people want to help some people, more people out, they have a fund that the town can collect. And then they usually have a board that is set up to determine eligibility for people who would qualify to receive those funds that people that are generous and want to donate. Now, the details of the board and the requirements right now are not determined yet, which will be determined in the future. We do have examples to follow, because other towns already have charters and policies and suggestions we can go by, how it is constructed. You can't just decide one day, I'm going to give this to this person, this to that person. You have to have some policies put in place ahead of time. But what this fund does, it sets up the basis for somewhere to put that money should someone want to donate it. Otherwise, we have no way to do it. Something I go around town, there are people in this town that are having trouble getting by or making their taxes. They've lived here all their lives and they just can't afford to stay here and they're also too proud a lot of times to accept, go on exemptions and things, believe it or not. So this is just the first step. Nothing will be implemented at this time until the Board of Selectmen has set up a committee. There are guidelines that are properly set up so that it's totally impartial and how the funds will be distributed. And then, like some examples, some towns, they don't even distribute how much goes to person A, person B. Anyone that qualifies, they usually take whatever's donated and they just split it up equally to the individuals that need some help. And we have a lot of generous people in Plaistow, but you don't have any means to help these people out right now. There's no vehicle. And this is the start to create that vehicle to help those in need.
I'm going to go to Maxine, then Ms. Kishka, because she was at the mic. Maxine?
I just wanted to reiterate, there were several people here today that voted to increase the operating budget bottom line, and the fact that our Board of Selectmen think that we need a trust to help people pay their taxes is very telling. People can't afford their taxes because the operating budget is too high, and here we are creating a trust fund that people can donate to people who can't afford to live in our town.
Ms. Kishka?
Yeah, thank you, Max. I appreciate that comment. The truth is, I've heard of several cases in town where people have just gone over the limit for the elderly exemption. They've been working, they didn't realize they go over by $100, a couple $100, and then they're stuck going from the getting some subsidy for their taxes and some reduction in their property taxes to being liable for the full amount. And this is enough to send, all of a sudden, just because they went over by 100, now they're liable for several thousand more. And this donation fund is to help those people transition to not having to pay the full amount if there are generous people in Plaistow who are donating to help them make that transition step. I'm trying to, excuse my words, I would appreciate if we are able to establish this fund so that, the other thing is some people are very generous and donate directly to and pay taxes directly for people, so there is a vehicle. I spoke with Martha, and there are people who do pay their neighbors' taxes, but not all the neighbors have neighbors who realize they're in need. And we do have a human services, Lori is great, who understands who's in need and who would be able to help identify people who might need this fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this fund? Mr. Sherman.
John Sherman, 3 Kimball Ave. I didn't understand your point, Max. What's your point?
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. My point was people are struggling to pay their taxes, and that's why we need this trust fund. And they're struggling to pay their taxes because the taxes, our operating budget is too high. And people were here and voted to increase it by $74,000.
So maybe you were incorrect. I guess I'm saying this is voluntary. This isn't asking for taxpayer funding. If someone wants to do this and donate money, God bless them. And if they don't, or if they don't feel they're in a position to give, then they don't. We're not forcing anybody to do anything. Don't understand.
I'm just going to try to close that off. Max is suggesting that these people that need help may not need help if you didn't keep raising the budget.
Well, that's off the topic of this warrant article, isn't it? Okay. I guess I'm seeing that maybe somebody's perception of the budget is incorrect. Budget committee thought the budget should be here, but legally the taxpayers have said they want to increase the budget. And when you're saying that your taxes went up primarily due to the operating budget, I don't think that's true. I think the operating budget was one of the factors, but I think that assessments were another factor. So I don't think it's that simple, but if people don't want to participate, don't.
Thank you, John. Anyone else to speak on this trust fund?
Move the question.
See nobody else speaking at the mic anyway, so I'm not going to take a motion on moving the question. There's no motion to amend, so it will appear on the warrant as written.
I make a motion to restrict reconsideration for Article P 20-20.
A second? Seconded by John. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Ayes have it. The last of the P articles, P-20-21. Shall the town revise the conflict of interest code as set forth below? A majority vote is required. I'm not going to read because it's very hard to read what's crossed out. I think it's written as what's deleted. I think it's more important I will read what the revised wording will be. So if you accept all the deletions and additions that's set forth in 56-2, which is in your warrant article, the revised wording of 56-2, election of conflict of interest committee. A, membership terms. The town of Plaistow at the March town election shall elect a conflict of interest committee consisting of 5 persons. 5 at-large members shall be elected to serve with staggered 3-year terms. Members will be elected to 3-year terms. B, members of the Conflict of Interest Committee shall consist of private citizens residing in the town and not employed by the town or in a contractual agreement with the town. Subarticle E, family members serving on town committees or boards shall not preclude a town citizen from being elected and serving on a Conflict of Interest Committee. Members of the Conflict of Interest will recuse themselves when a petition is filed involving a family member. That revised wording of 56-2A, B, and E are recommended by the Board of Selectmen 4-0-0. Do I have a motion to place article?
So moved.
Made by Greg.
And I'll be discussing.
Do I have a second? Seconded by John, and Greg will discuss the article. Greg?
So to make this real quick, when this town code was created, it was when the Conflict of Interest Committee was created, and so there was a lot of verbiage on setting up the Conflict of Interest Committee. So part of this is just removing that verbiage to make this thing much simpler and easier, since the committee is already now in existence. The second thing was that any family member could not serve on this Conflict of Interest Committee if any of their family members were working on a board or a committee of the town. So basically, the Board of Selectmen felt that that actually precluded participation in town government, and that because we have the ability to recuse ourselves, that we would allow family members to serve on boards and not preclude other family members serving on the Conflict of Interest Committee, and thus increasing participation within their local government.
Thank you, Greg. Any more discussion on the article? Dennis?
Just make a quick comment. I'm in favor of this article. When you think about it, we don't have volunteers banging down the doors as it is in this town to volunteer. So to, make it more difficult for people to happen. I know this has happened in the past where family members have gotten elected and they weren't allowed to serve. So I think this just helps us out and encourages more people to get involved.
Thank you. I see someone at the mic.
Yeah, Robert Zukas, 108 Sweet Hill Road. So by taking on, matter of fact, I was one of the ones that was helped write this back in 2002, which seems forever. But by changing this, am I reading this correctly, that it is, if you take out the wording, conflict with the town elected and appointed officials, does this mean that if you're a Board of Selectmen, that you, or somebody on this that's, it says here membership, committee membership, so if you're not an appointed official, can you be a member of the conflict committee?
No, it does not say that. What it's saying is that if one of your family members is on a board or a committee, you can still run for the Conflict of Interest Committee and get elected and serve on it.
Okay.
Right now, the current warrant basically says the person gets elected, and just because somebody else is on a board, they can't serve. This actually happened last year.
Right, as long as it's a family member, I don't have a problem with a family member.
Right.
And all that going into this, as long as, because it even says in here, so recuse themselves.
Right.
When the petition is filed. So I don't have a problem with this, the way it was done. I just wanted to make sure that by cutting out all this, it did not change who can sit on the board. Because if I'm not mistaken.
It has not changed that at all.
Okay, because the reason this was enacted was to give people a place to go.
Correct.
If there was backdoor meetings or some complaints that they are not happy with, it gave them an avenue to have it checked out.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
As a point of order, it does change who can serve on the board. It allows more people to serve on the board.
And I agree, but it was restricted, I see, as family members.
It's less
But
restrictive.
now that it's in here, that it says they must recuse themselves.
I think the membership that you're talking about, the requirement who can serve,
Right.
is in Articles C or D. We only changed A, B, and E. Okay, we didn't change C and B.
Right, I see that.
Okay.
Yep, no, I got that, thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Any other? Yes. Francine?
Point of order, under the revised wording B, there's a spelling error and a misconception. It says in a contractional, it should be contractual. So we need to fix that spelling. And in the upper section as well, I guess, too.
Well, the upper section, Francine, maybe the way it's worded now, who knows? But the revised wording is what will probably be voted on.
Right.
So are you making a motion to change the word in B from contractional to contractual?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a second on that?
Second.
2 seconds, so we have 2 seconds on that. Just as spelling or grammatical issue, under B of revised wording where it says by the town or in a contractional, that is motion to be changed to contractual, having a contract, contractual. Any more discussion about that grammatical change? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? The ayes have it. Any more discussion on this article as amended? Mr. Sherman.
This is the last warrant article I'm going to talk about. I'm confused, sincerely, with the change, so if someone could explain it to me. If I'm a member of the Conflict of Interest Committee, can I be Budget Committee member as well?
No. No.
That's no now and will be no in the future.
Correct.
Okay, so what is it?
It's the other way around, John. It's the other way around. So basically, if I am the husband of a wife who's serving on the Budget Committee and I run for the Conflict of Interest, the way the code says right now, I can't be appointed. I can't serve on the Conflict of Interest just because my wife's serving on the Budget Committee, which we feel is unfair. So that's all we're really changing, is allowing another family member to serve on the Conflict of Interest if one of their family members is already serving on a board.
Okay.
So, John, when you were selectman, if your wife wanted to be on the Conflict of Interest Committee, she puts her name in and she wins, she would be illegally not able or legally not able to serve. We'd have to tell her you can't serve. She would say, why? Because your husband's on the Board of Selectmen and the way the code's worded, you just cannot serve, even though you got elected.
I've been blamed for a lot worse things.
And now with this change, your wife could run even if you were on the Board of Selectmen. Now, she could not vote if something came up to question a conflict you might have with a contract or something. She'd have to recuse herself, which, as you know, means she can't participate in the vote. But she would, in the future, be able to serve.
Right. Okay, by the way, I think the wording in the explanation is electioneering.
Oh.
But that's for Board of Selectmen to discuss. They own the explanation section. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Any more discussion on this article as amended? Hearing none, the article as amended will appear on the warrant.
Make a motion to restrict reconsideration for Article P 20-21.
Motion made and seconded by Ms. Kishka to restrict. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Thank you. I appreciate the people coming out today or either watching on the cable, but I do appreciate we had over 87 people attending today's deliberative. It's almost double what we normally have. We were hoping to even have more, so it's great that you come out to exercise your right to vote. So don't forget, exercise your right to vote on February 11th, same place, Pollard School, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., and then on March 10th, here at Pollard School, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And I thank you all for attending, and I call this deliberative session closed.